Good morning, Chad. Good morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And if you're not, please come on in, and I will try my best to make it better. Hello, Chad. Hello, hello, hello. Greetings. How are you? How are you, Chad? Hello, cute chat. Hello, cute chat. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, hello, chat. Welcome to D&D. This is episode 1 of The Dawn of Anor'lur. Anor'lur? Anor'lur. Anor'lur. Anew. Hello. What about the uncute chat members? There are no uncute chat members. You're all cute. What do you mean? What do you mean? You're all cute. I don't understand. What do you mean? I think you're all cute. Obviously. Alright, chat. So today is Dungeons and Dragons Day. Obviously. We are gonna be starting with our new campaign. Same characters, but a new campaign. You're all cute. I hope that you guys have liked the new intro we have. There's a lot of new things to come, so I hope that you guys like it. It's definitely better than just a word flying across the screen, huh? Yes, I did. I did all of it. I put it all together. So, who's excited? I'm so. Also, I want to say again, sorry I didn't do Final Fantasy yesterday. I just, I had some stuff with my mom, and I just, I couldn't find the time between everything that I was doing. So I apologize. Well, without further ado, everything okay? I'm very sleepy. Without further ado, who's excited for some Dungeons and Dragons? Hmm? Are you excited? Are you excited for our session 1? Session episode 1? Well, let's head over there, shall we? And get a look at what we are going to be expecting for our new campaign. Greetings.
Hello.
Hello. Greetings.
Intro was fantastic. I loved it.
Yes.
I also love this layout.
You're right.
It's good.
Right.
If you guys take a look behind our illustrious dungeon master, there is an empty box. Fill it, for this is the first episode of Dawn of Anor'lur, and let's get your names there. Yay. Yay.
You'll notice that the boxes are currently empty, where the map and chat box should be. There is a reason for that. It is because we're going to go over some things first before I allow the players to join Foundry. We're going to go over first the players themselves. They're going to introduce themselves, go down the line unprompted, one after another, introducing their character, who they are, what they're playing, and a little bit about themselves. We'll start with the adjudicator.
Hey y'all, I'm Rozzy. Sometimes you see me in chat. I play Blake Steele. He is from the land of Tyros, ruled by humans and the High King, specifically from the region of Rowfield. He is a half human, half Leonin prince of a warden family, with goals of grandeur and to him bringing peace and justice to those who need it, helping the weak by being strong for him. He is a 6th level fighter, 5 in Divine Soul Sorcerer, being a banneret with his abilities to try to lead the charge, help and inspire his teammates now in this land to figure out what happened and maybe trying to correct some wrongs that have been done in the past. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I play Oberon Illyrian, variant human wizard and blood hunter. Through a rather unfortunate incident, Oberon came with some of the first party members to Erist on the Emperor of Valandris's behalf, basically forced into the position by his handler from his hometown of Port Wymore. Sent to investigate primarily cultist activity on the Isle of Erist, having been a cultist himself at one point. He found that they were intertwined with the machinations of the Wizard King Vardair once they arrived on Erist. Attempting to unravel the mystery and interconnectedness of things happening on the Isle Nation led to the wizard and his compatriots pulling at bigger strings than they expected, unexpectedly finding themselves attached to some and made to dance to the tune of the Wizard King himself.
Hello. I am Momo. I play Evelyn Yenlir. She is a reborn wood elf, druid of the moon. She was born in the first age of this world and thousands of years ago until she found herself awoken in current time, taken from all she knew, her family, her life, and everything from the first. Thanks to her current companions and her friends, and who have grown to become her family from rescuing her, she is currently seeking to return a much-needed balance of nature to the land around her. In the name of her father and her god. She is thankful that she has the many friends that she has made and companions, for she does not know if she has the resolve to do it without them.
I play Ibrahim Imkaran, a Sun Elven rogue born and raised in the volcanic landscape of Suna's southern plains. He's a level 4 rogue swashbuckler and a level 6 paladin of vengeance. Ibrahim was not too recently, but not so long ago either, dubbed a Knight Exorcist of Eris. A title promised to become self-explanatory as he proceeded to engage the various threats that assail the local land of the Dominion. It hasn't, however, and still he fumbles with the severity of such responsibility. And now, with the return of the Wizard King Hole, and seeing to the culmination of the Queen of Smiles' terror reign, he cannot help but feel like his task just became far heavier.
I play Talanos Aberon. He's a half-elf gunslinger, originally from Carousel in the Crown Desert. He is originally a family man in a town full of technologists and inventors and the like. Uh, Eventually, it was attacked by a cultist army for the secrets that it had, and his family, himself, were all killed, and him saved at the last moment by a horseman of the Raven Queen. Once brought back and set on a path of vengeance, armed with eldritch knowledge and the like, he took out a 10-year personal crusade and was eventually tapped by the Emperor to join the party for this expedition to Eris. And he's been unraveling that mystery ever since while fighting for survival with his companions.
I play Zafina Melark. She was formerly a halfling, grown up in the city of Wymore, with her sister, mother, and father, at a and pretty much grew up in a bardic college. Um, she was sent to Irist originally on behalf of her father, who was approached with the idea of another adventure, to find any sort of the wealth and to inspect any rumors that Irist might have had. So her and her uncle, uh, who was the captain of their ship, set out to Irist. Um, Being on her first adventure, she was naive in a lot of ways. However, now with the company of her new friends, she's started to find her footing as an adventurer and is definitely in the realm of wanting to go home, but also eager to see what's around the corner.
Fantastic. Because it's a new game, and all of you did such a lovely job. All of you are starting with inspiration.
Yo, let's go.
I'll put that on my sheet once I can see it.
Same.
So, a real quick, just sort of ensuring that everything is understood, made aware, what have you. We are introducing things that I'm already previously using in other games into this new campaign. Things like bleeding, blight, and burning. Dots or damage over time effects that can be countered by healing or remedied by items found throughout the world, such as antivenoms, burn salves, bandages, and the like. Uh, for the effects, they often are set for a set amount of rounds. They deal a fixed number. And if you are cured by at least 1 point of magical healing, all current debuffs on you go away. Flanking. You get a +2 bonus when attacking when you are flanking a creature, meaning you are across from another. This only applies to creatures that have with a passive perception under an 18. Creatures with multiple forms of perception, including blind sense, for instance, are not affected by flanking. I will let you know when that happens. On top of that, quick attunement takes an action to attune to an item, but takes an hour to unattune. With your inspirations as well, if you are awarded an inspiration, you can use it on a d20 to roll to get advantage. This is any d20 roll. On top of that, or you could also use it to re-roll a d20 roll. On top of that, you can also gift it to another player. This does not stack. Death saves, as we are par for the course. Pretty basic. We've been doing this for a while. You will share a memory with me and private roll me your death save. We will lower the music. You'll be given your time to share a memory. And then we will continue. This is hopefully to keep you engaged and not just pass over your turn in the middle of combat. And to hopefully share a little bit more insight about your character to the other players. Reroll hit dice when you level up. If you roll a 1, you can reroll. You must announce beforehand if you are taking the average or rolling. You can't roll under the average and declare that you're taking it. And players who give bonus dice to other players, bless, bardic inspiration, etc. The caster will roll the dice for the current player that is buffed. Let's say, for example, the bard uses bardic inspiration and they roll their d10 and get a 7. Now that player who is inspired with a +7 to the next thing that they do, as long as they declare that they're using it, but it is on that buffer to remember and hopefully remind the person that you buffed. Do we have any questions? Anything like that?
I have a question.
Yes.
What if I roll above the average with my hit points, but I still want to take the average?
I feel like that would be counterintuitive.
But within the rules?
I'm going to say no.
Very well.
Yeah, you have to declare that you want to take the average.
So roll is final. Very well.
All right. Any other questions? All right. As it stands, I will be working on giving your guys' current abilities these other status effects, as well as finding items in the world that give you the ability to apply these status effects to monsters. An important note: you do not have access to the ability that I gave you at level 5 anymore. That has been removed. I will be making you a new one that will be scaled for level 5, 10, 15, and 20. So you do not currently have access to that level 5 ability I gave you oh so long ago. Now, is everybody ready?
Yep.
I'm ready as
Yes.
ever, be.
Hell yeah.
Dream.
One moment.
All it takes.
As I begin to narrate, please feel free to join Foundry. The first person I see who joins, I will begin playing the music and we will go from there. I'm incredibly nervous, so I do apologize for any hitches or breaks in my voice.
I think we all are.
Yeah, I have this
Yeah.
knot in my throat.
Same.
Delightful.
Internet, go faster, log in faster.
Okay.
It's logged in as Talanos.
Make sure you are logged in as your correct person.
Yes, I am.
The midday sun shines down upon the land, peering through openings in the cloud-filled sky in a beautiful ocean of blue. Shadows cast by the sunlight dance across the pavement and buildings. The town is bustling with activity as the market opens. Laughter and pleasant song fills the street, which slowly creeps its way towards the fearless stars. Rustic in appearance, The white stone and oak wood blend together into an artistic choice of comfort over allure. An immediate scent of smoked food and spiced cider fills your senses. Dark wood paneling lines the inside of this place, matched by hardwood flooring covered in decorative hides of beasts and monsters. Trophies hang from the wall, ranging from the mundane, such as elks, to more monstrous, with what appears to be that of a horned, black-furred bear's head above the bar. Illuminated by a brilliant hearth, the current townsfolk seem occupied with their drinks, all of them greeting you with wide smiles and thoughtful nods. Pushing himself from behind the counter, a man you're very familiar with, one Victor Godwin, the owner of this fine establishment you've been in countless times over the years. He offers a warm smile and a wave before turning his back to begin gathering drinks for you and yours. It's March, and you know soon the Fishers' Festival will be upon Northbury, bringing with it all manner of faces, new and old, to participate in the legendary King Pike Fishing Derby. It's a time of celebration and merriment. Currently, you six are gathered around a very familiar dark oak table. Currently, you have no drinks, no food, and most of you have just arrived. But it is a pleasant day. Welcome to Northbury, in the region of Avalon. What are you doing, party?
What the fuck?
So we're all seated?
Correct.
And we're wearing our usual clothes?
Some differences. It is a relatively laxed day. For example, Ibrahim, your garb is that of the church.
What?
Your attire isn't wholly formal, but comfortable nonetheless. Your position as Justiciar of Bahamut allows you some relaxation from time to time, this being one of those moments. After all, you've left the church in the care of Oral Hazelax. He'll be tending to the rituals and ceremonies during the day, allowing you some comfort.
Very well. As Ibrahim settled down in his chair, he pulled down his cowl and looked around earnestly to the many gathered faces of his friends. What should we eat then? I must admit I am starving.
Hearing that, the older gentleman currently poised behind the bar, you would hear him call out, "Oh, don't worry about that. I have food coming for you. Veronica's getting it cooked in the back."
There's a smile to him, a palm held aloft in his direction in gratitude, and a more of a knowing look to his friends. Well, there it is.
The older man has a very white, curly beard, a sort of bulbous red nose, and small spectacles that sit upon them. He looks happy, joyous even. A black vest sat beneath a green coat. He is a very happy man. Allow me to show you the art of Victor Godwin.
Can you pop it up on the screen?
I will. You needn't worry.
Your dad?
I am
Yes.
worrying.
Here is Victor Godwin.
Look at him.
All right.
You've known him for numerous years. He's been the proprietor here at the Fearless Stars since most of you were children.
Excuse me?
Of course, you were born and raised here in Northbury.
It's born and
Pourquoi?
raised. Huh?
What?
¿Por qué?
Well, surely you remember your positions. We have the Lawmaster of Northbury, that's Blake Steele.
Oh. Oh.
We have the Archdruid of the Redwood Thicket, that's Evelyn Yenlir. We have the Justicar of Bahamut, that's Ibrahim. Lore Master of Northbury, often more reclusive in his tower, but that's Oberon Illyrian. And we have the Guildmaster of Northbury leading our Adventurers Guild, that's Talanos Averon. And finally, the Songsmith of Northbury, that's Zafina Malark.
What?
You've been here for years, adventurers, heroes of Northbury.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Have
yeah, that
we?
makes sense.
Totally, we have.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Oh.
Oh, you're probably worried about who's currently in charge of the thicket. That's no issue. Many of your own prodigies and students are currently in the process of tending to the redwood. They know that you're meeting with your friends. You don't have to worry about anything.
I'm gonna throw up.
DM question.
Yes.
What kind of attire is Blake wearing right now?
Well, as Lawmaster and of Northbury, your attire matches very similar to that of the Knights of Northbury. Yours is a bright white and gold armor adorned with a blue coat and sash, denoting your position here as Lawmaster.
And so no steel heart, no little tablet with an oath on it.
Your heraldry is that of your house, but your family's been here for generations.
Huh.
His dad's in
Alright.
town?
Sorry?
Blake's dad is in town?
Oh, no, Valagar is currently at the Daunton Palace, assisting the king.
Oh.
Is mom
But-
here?
You know, just like any other, he'll probably be back for the Pike Festival.
All right. Okay.
What?
Eventually arriving to your table, Victor, already setting down your favorite drinks.
I have
All
a
right,
favorite
folks.
drink?
Indeed, you do.
What am I wearing?
What you are currently wearing is a set of sort of very simple leather straps. It is more your cloak that is the elegant portion. A set of large antlers emerging from your shoulders, protruding upwards, holding the cloak aloft. This beautiful sort of shift of red, yellow, and sort of orange leaves that make up this mantle that you wear.
What in the fuckery?
Right. I'm glad I could get you all of your drinks. I wasn't expecting all of you here at one place. What can I get you for food?
Oh, I thought Ibrahim had taken care of that. Rook, get away from that. Shooing the crow.
Don't you be
Oh, wait.
mean to him, Lore Master. Come here, Rook.
I don't need him drinking up my wine both here and home.
Of course. I'll get him his own little, don't worry.
Hmm.
You would
You
watch
spoke
as he
with
tries to sort of gesture Rook onto his finger, and you would see already at the bar, there's a small perch made just for Rook.
You spoil him, Victor.
Oh,
That attitude carries over, you know.
only the finest for him.
Of course. He says, just kind of flipping another page in a book that he's perusing over, barely looking up, but such is the way of the Lawmaster.
Oh yeah.
turning back to the party. Right. I imagine I'll just get you today's special then.
Yes, that would be great. Yes.
What is Talnos wearing then? Since everyone's asking this
I
question,
know,
now
I'm
I
really
have to
curious
know.
what Zach's wearing too. Yeah, I didn't ask that question, but please.
I'm just glad I wasn't betrayed and put in clothes.
I wasn't gonna say. Look, she's wearing clothes.
I would have been upset.
She's head
What do
to
you mean
toe
wearing
in
pants?
clothes.
She's
You
head
can't
to
even see her
toe.
face.
She's got like a face wrap.
Wearing like fancy boots and slacks,
I hated
a
you.
dress shirt.
Zafina, adorned with these large black gloves, you are wearing this beautiful blue Northbury half coat that sits upon this very elegant, sort of flowing white shirt, a black corset bound around your abdomen with these very prominent, sort of leather pants and high boots. Very, what's the word?
Dapper.
Very dapper.
Ooh.
Dapper.
Perhaps the most contrasting being that of our guildmaster, adorned in a large black leather coat with these sort of ruffled dark raven feathers that have adorned his shoulders. You would see a wide-brimmed black hat partially lifted at the edges with a small nick in one portion. And you would see that resting upon his waist, that sort of hanging holster with reprisal.
Did reprisal change appearance?
Reprisal matches very much similar to your aesthetic. Give me just a moment.
Wake up.
Stuff's happening. Stuff's happening.
Give me just a moment.
He's doing a thing.
Did I not get? I know I didn't sleep at all, but is this all happening for everyone else? Are we
I'm
getting
not sure what you mean. It's the first episode of The Dawn of Avalon.
Avalon? What?
What?
You guys don't remember? We agreed to this.
Damn! I grab Oberon's head and I look for a gem.
You would see the similar Ioun stone that is often affixed to our lore master's head, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Meanwhile, but just for a clarification question, we have no memory of what previously happened. This is all the way it's always been.
Are you talking about your last adventure
Mm-hmm.
versus the necromancer?
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe you should elaborate about what happened with the necromancer then.
Absolutely. The last adventure was give me just a moment to pull up my notes for you guys.
No, he needs a moment to compose himself.
Shit, they're on to me.
I have to go back to my previous episode notes. So give me just a moment.
I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah, that's fine. The previous episodes. Yeah, the previous
Yeah, of
episodes.
course.
Yep.
Indeed.
Naturally.
Oh.
Guys, I think we gotta lean into this.
That's what I'm. That's
Well,
what,
what
I'm
do you mean?
trying to get
What do you mean,
information.
lean
from.
into what?
I want. I
Lean into
want
what?
to.
Exactly.
I want to know about our previous adventure so I can lean into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
should,
Your last adventure was battling the necromancer's apprentice, Raffin the Ruinous. Just in the plains of Avalon, he had recently captured one of the ancient burial sites of the Godwin family and was resurrecting skeletons and ghouls and was preparing to launch them against Northbury. If it wasn't for you six having destroyed him and the phylactery that he was in the process of creating for his master, then Northbury would be overrun with undead.
Oh man, good thing we dealt with that then.
And you can see in the Fearless Stars the black sickle of Raffin the Ruinous hanging up there with the numerous other trophies of your various accolades and adventures.
Oh,
How,
eight.
how
you go
long
ahead.
ago
You
was
are
this adventure?
manhandling me again.
I would kindly appreciate it if you'd stop.
Fighting Raffin the Ruinous was no more than maybe a week ago, at the start of March.
Oh, sorry.
Like,
oh,
what are
Ryan,
you doing?
I'm sorry. I thought I saw a bug. You know.
Your mama not teach you any manners? You keep your hands to yourself.
I want to hear about
Yes.
manners from you.
Oh, what? Are you gonna bring up the thing with the guy and the place again?
You literally spit on the ground everywhere we walk.
That's because I'm probably chewing. What do you want me to do? Spit in my hand?
What,
That's
chewing on
disgusting.
cud like usual?
What else is okay?
Children.
Let us not spoil the meal before it's here.
All right, you're right, brother.
Thank you. Both of y'all's attitudes could turn milk.
Sorry.
Coming back into the room, a woman wearing a very simple gown, a straw hat affixed to her head. You would know this as being Veronica Godwin, the wife of Victor Godwin. She is currently in the process of bringing you your food. It appears to be some sort of cooked cod. That is today's special, as, of course, Northbury is known for its fishing.
Of course. Of course it is.
Yeah, of course.
Here is Veronica Godwin.
Oh, look at her.
Aw, she's
Damn!
A partial practitioner of magic, more of a sorcerer than a wizard, but she holds her own. Setting down all of the plates, she offers you a warm smile. I hope everything's to your liking.
Zeph would return the smile. I'm sure it's wonderful as always.
A hand comes down, very gently resting on your shoulder. You are far too kind, my dear. Are we going to hear one of your songs today?
Give me a moment to eat and relax a little bit, and then, yeah, I can certainly stand up and do something for you.
Delightful. Thank you so much. There's another look to the entirety of your party before making her way away. With your food in front of you, party, what are you doing?
Digging in, clearly.
Blake is digging in, yeah.
And it is delicious.
Yes, yeah.
Prepared
Excellent.
perfectly, just the way you like it. After all, Victor is known as probably one of the best cooks here in Avalon.
There's an admonishing, almost dad-like look at Blake as you realize Oberon is looking to your lack of napkin.
Like, partway through, Blake just looks at him, just, what? What?
Never mind, Blake. Forgot I should probably write it out next time.
In crayon.
Step-by-step instructions.
Maybe pictures.
Oh,
Pictures might work.
I mean, I do like pictures.
Oh, come now. Don't be so mean to the Lawmaster. You can hear Victor sort of already putting a sort of dark ebon pipe into his mouth, beginning to light it. Or actually, you would see Veronica reach over and light it for him, of which he gives a very kind smile in return.
All in good fun, Victor. All in good fun.
I was going to ask you, Loremaster, where's Eamon?
Hey, DM.
Eamon's your husband. Eamon Illyria.
Oh, how do you spell that?
In fact, I can even show you a picture if you'd like.
Oh, fantastic.
Yo!
Is he hot?
Yeah,
Better
that's
be.
what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
Better be.
Oh,
Yo,
oh, my.
bro.
Okay.
Hotness confirmed. Got it.
Yo.
Damn, look at them cheeks.
Cheekbones that can cut glass.
Jawline.
Nice. Yeah. How do you spell his name?
It's up there on the top of the image.
Oh, I'm silly. I can't see it because I'm silly.
Yeah, it's not up there.
Not for us.
The other
Oh,
one,
sorry.
the other
There you go.
images had them, but that one does not.
Oops.
There you go.
Ah, there we go. Thank you.
You and Eamon have been married for about a decade now, but you would know that.
Of course.
Your anniversary, in fact, is in October.
Ah, fantastic. Oh, he's. Oh dear. There was an odd complaint after my last. He knows I don't take students. But he was very insistent for one. I just needed to be out of the tower for a little bit. Nothing that won't blow over.
Oh, very well. Well, you're more than welcome to stay here until Master Eamon lets you back in.
He sighs. Yes, I still think I'll be sleeping on the bottom floor of the tower for a little while longer.
You want me to
Married life.
want me to set you up a bunk in the guild hall again there?
I couldn't possibly, what with the delightful aroma of your newfound adventurers.
Oh, come on. You used to stink once too.
I beg to differ. Cass Presty right then and there.
And what about you, Ibrahim? Are you excited that your brother's going to be returning?
Already have prepared the chapel. We even made some space among the pews. Let the singers hail his welcoming. Or so I hope.
It's always an exciting time when him and the Black Bass return.
It is. I agree.
Well, I'm
Hopefully with
excited.
bounties.
I'm gonna go finish preparation. We have a bunch of people coming in from the Daunton Palace. They're gonna want to stay, and obviously, the Fearless Stars is the best place in Northbury. So I need to make sure it's proper and ready. Just holler if you need anything. And I mean, nothing's stopping you from just reaching behind the counter. You know where everything is.
I love this bar.
You do. Victor regularly requests and gets the most potent whiskey available in Avalon just for you.
It's
It may be potent, but is it good? That's the important part.
It's the best, brother.
I'm gonna just gaze down at my my left hand for a minute. Is there gonna be a fucking ring on that thing?
There is.
Oh fuck!
But
No!
you would know your wife.
No!
In fact, the
Your
entire
turn,
upper
fucker.
portion of the Adventurers Guild is reserved for you and your family.
Family!
Yeah.
Tell us more!
Annalie Averon and your son, Reese Averon.
This is a nightmare!
Oh no.
thought I got rid of them. In fact, your son, currently a member of the Adventurers Guild, is off training with the rest of your students in Daunton Palace with the Kingsguard.
Ooh. Hey, DM.
Yeah.
I'm carrying my tried and true trusty weapon that I've always had with me, right? Never
Of
leave home
course.
without it.
Divine Omen? Absolutely.
Oh. Now, just to refresh my memory, how did I acquire it?
Oh, Blake.
Your brain hurts.
You got it from Saint Arabella.
Mm-hmm.
She currently resides in Daunton Palace with the other saints. A gift for her chosen, she said.
His wife, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, if he were to remove his finger, or to remove his gauntlets, he would find a platinum band.
Oh.
One of the only saints to have ever courted and married a mortal.
Oh,
I've been
yeah.
cut.
There it is.
You know, just like having quickly finished his food, he's having taken off his gauntlet. He's sitting there. He's just looking at it with the biggest, widest, dumb guy himbo grin on his face.
The newlywed phase. Shame she had to leave so soon.
Yeah, it is. But you know, we'll still see each other.
In fact, allow me to show you the region map. That way you might have refresh your memory. After all, Avalon is a big place. Welcome to Avalon. You can see a number of locations. You'll find yourself up here in Northbury, north of the King's River. You'll find as well a number of other locations throughout. Hamlet, Rosefall, Bear Hill, as well as the resting place of our king in Daunton Palace.
Oh.
Hey.
Let me know when you're done looking at the world map.
There's some interesting.
Where is the palace?
The palace is here.
Oh, I cannot see.
Allow me to force you to see.
Ah, there we go.
There on the cliffs, Daunton Palace. You would know that the current ruling king is Arthur Godwin, the chosen of the lady. Is there anything else I can answer for you? Maybe to refresh your memory? I understand we haven't played in a while, so I would just want to make sure that you're all caught up.
What?
I guess I'll just go along with it too. Well, what does Zeph have a band? You know, just make sure that it's still there. If it is there or if it's missing.
Hey, quick question, DM. Is my tower that wizard's tower, or is it the one in Newbury? Or Northbury, sorry.
One moment, sorry.
Ah, okay. No problem.
There is no band.
Okay.
Your solo
let
act.
me move back to Northbury, and I can point out all of the respective residences. We have our Wizard's Tower over here, where Lore Master resides. We have our Adventurers Guild here, where the Averon family resides. We have our chapel over here, where Ibrahim resides.
Thing is being highlighted for me, by the way.
It's because his color is gold. It's hard to see.
Yeah, I only
Yeah.
saw it on the
Allow
chart.
me to force move you.
What was the
Thank
guild
you.
again?
Force move us. Oh, that's our tower.
Okay,
Thank
cool,
you.
cool.
Here's the Adventurers Guild.
Nice, nice.
Oh, Adventurers Guild.
Here's the chapel.
Oh, look at my digs. Let's go.
That drip.
Here is the Lawmaster's quarters.
Yo, I got a cool triangle house.
Even your house is quirky.
It's like
Here
a
is
hut.
where the songsmith resides. And all the way over here is the redwood thickets.
Oh, I got a big house.
Yeah, right, dude.
Your
Damn.
grove, with the help of
I mean, no, I
Sir
don't.
Armand.
No, I don't. I don't have a big home. I don't have a grove.
Well, with the assistance of Sir Armand, a member of the Kingsguard, you have managed to clear out a massive portion of the redwood thickets, pushing back the goblin menace and allowing you to build your grove.
I look at my left hand.
Yours doesn't have a band. However,
What?
you remember that your marriage wasn't as traditional as you expected.
We all got wiped and husbandoed.
You both have a sort of matching tattoo mark.
Oh.
You both?
Correct. Sir Armand also possesses one.
My coffee out. What?
Very druidic.
Evelyn throws up.
A bit unnecessary. I know we haven't played in a while, but this should all be information you've taken down, your notes.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah, it's starting to come back to me. It's starting to come back to me.
I'm kind of
This
missing
timeline,
from
I
my
have
notes. Sorry, go
Amazing
ahead.
Notes.
I was gonna say, I think I might be missing it from my notes, but where was Sir Armand last located?
Sir Armand is a member of the Kingsguard. He's at the Daunton Palace currently.
Oh, okay.
He's responsible for training some of the new initiates that were sent over by the Guildmaster Talanos Averon.
Of course.
Ooh.
Don't you remember?
Obviously.
Well, that's more pertinent information for Mr. Averon.
Mm.
No. DM, when was the last time we paid a visit to Daunton's Palace?
About in January for the Yuletide Festival.
Okay. All right.
That's only been a few months.
Fair enough.
Liam,
Yes.
as a man of the cloth,
Mm-hmm.
sworn to the Platinum Dragon, duty, and all such things,
Absolutely.
my hands are unburdened by
No.
such a... Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Fucking rip.
Excuse me.
After all, to become a Justiciar of Bahamut is no small feat for a mortal, no less. A great quest was needed, something you took upon yourself in your time, and you met with the Lady of the Lake.
Oh. And her beauty must have been like no other.
Indeed. In fact, you recall it fondly. Many refer to her as the Lady of the Lake. But you know her true name. Don't you?
I suppose I do.
Delightful. For the party, rather, just to make sure that you're taking notes. What's the
yeah.
name of the Lady of the Lake?
His name is Celestine.
Celestine, yeah.
Well, that was more so for Ibrahim, but yes, correct party.
Yeah, Ibrahim doesn't take good
No,
notes sometimes.
wait,
He
does
just
that mean-
details. We just gotta
Yeah.
refresh his vocab.
Does that mean Blake has to call Ibrahim dad?
No, they're not related.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Saint Arabella is the first of her line. Lady of the Lake is almost a mythical being.
Don't you remember?
Ooh.
You know, it's been 2 weeks. My mind's a little scrambled.
Absolutely.
Uh, how does she come to him?
Often in very prolific dreams, but it's not uncommon for you to push the duties onto Earl Hazelax and journey out to meet her.
Oh, a whole new meaning to the whole full moon. Makes sense. So is it a ring? Is it a bracelet?
It is a ring indeed, but you would see that it, unlike a lot of the other marriage sort of binds, yours has two sets of hands reaching towards the center.
Of course. Love her very much.
Now, as you all are enjoying your food, reminiscing about your loved ones, you would see that there are some new adventurers. A group of three, what appears to be a half orc, a human, and an elf. They are currently sort of appraising what appears to be this large, sort of ebon board that's mounted on the nearby wall. You, as heroes, and not only heroes, but respected and vaunted champions of the King of Avalon, you would know that in hopes of creating even more heroes like you six, the king has created a bounty board for new and aspiring heroes to take up the task and go out into the world, into Avalon. And he'll pay handsomely for any news about the tyrant, the blighted scourger, Drucklor, and his minions. Now, you all initially came here to discuss the recent disappearance of a small militia led by one of the Northbury Knights under the charge of the lawmaster, Sir Ian Rosewall, who hasn't returned from the nearby ruins.
Oh no.
Right.
Putting his gauntlet back on, he's like, "All right, we're gonna go save him."
Well, have your scouts found anything? Looking to Talanos pointedly.
My scouts found anything.
Why don't you roll me a history check?
Yo, first roll.
Nope.
With a 4, perhaps it was one of those nights where you had just dipped a little too much into the whiskey. Nothing really comes to mind.
He'll just spread his hands at Oberon, like,
Well,
if I find something, they'll let me know.
of course. You did have that marching orders, did you not, Blake? I don't know, some bureaucratic nonsense, I'm sure.
The mention that bureaucratic nonsense, Blake just rolls his eyes. Yeah, did. He just like lolls his head, almost as if he just doesn't even want to talk about that stuff.
Now, you six would know usually that this is a quest for Lowby adventurers. Newer adventurers to either Northbury or Avalon as a whole, but many of the aspirants in the Adventurers Guild have been sent to Daunton Palace, leaving only really too many greenhorns who might not survive a job like this, and a bunch of grizzled veterans such as yourselves. Who are you going to leave it up to?
This duck is delicious. So, as he takes in a forkful, Ibrahim slightly lunges back into his chair and looks to Talanos expectantly. sort of leaving the choice to him.
Man. Been in town too long. Would be nice to get back out there.
Even like a week?
Yeah, 1 week too long.
I don't even recall where I put my clothing for adventuring.
Well,
Of course, the church is swarming with acolytes. I bet someone scoops it up before it even hits the floor.
I mean, could always take a page out of Evelyn's book. You don't need that much clothes.
I do need my clothes, and yes, they are very dutiful. I suppose I could ask around if that is what the guildmaster wishes.
Well, if you find that you're in need of any supplies, if the idea of adventuring is something that is currently across the mind of you six, you could always visit the magic shop ran by Samuel Westcott, or perhaps the blacksmith ran by Jane Stofford, or perhaps if you're in need of alchemical supplies, the alchemist shop ran by Percival Selwood, or perhaps more general basic supplies for adventuring like rations and the like. You could meet at the general store and meet Heyman Tallheart.
Well, what's the plan then?
Y'all just want to like hit the road just like that?
I mean,
I think the bigger question is whether we can afford to send any of your trainees. I've seen what passes for a wizard in your guild.
If you'd only agree to come down and show a couple of them a thing or 10.
Not this again.
I'm not saying that you have to do it all the time. But if you want the wizards to actually, be worth half shit, you might consider throwing them a bone once in a while.
Oberon, why are you so adverse to teaching students? Like, don't you like sharing knowledge? Isn't knowledge your thing?
Just a case-by-case basis. Sorry about that. I'm just busy with other things. It's students, they take up your time, they ask so many questions. It's non-stop.
Only if you don't know how to organize them. I felt the same way with my acolytes, but as time passed, I started to realize that there are many uses for apprentices.
Time management coming from an elf. I'll keep that in mind.
yeah,
Ellen.
just a quirky. Who are my parents?
You know who your father is.
Yeah,
Of course you do.
of course. Right. I just want to make sure that all the, invitations for this coming up thing is enabled. Who's my father and my mother?
Well, sadly, your mother passed away, but your
Oh.
father is still alive.
Mm.
Shillier, he is the protector of the grove, of the redwood thicket. But you know that.
No, I don't.
Well, perhaps your notes maybe got scrambled in the last 2 weeks. It's all right. No hard feelings. Just make sure you add it to your notes. That way you remember. Your father is alive and well. In fact, you saw him before you left.
Evelyn stands up.
See, she's excited to get going.
DM.
Zafina.
As far as my parents and sister, where did they go off to again?
Well, your parents are currently traveling between the nearby settlements, teaching new and aspiring bards. You'd have heard that the last time they were in Hamlet on the King's River. But, you know, just like Blake's father, they won't miss the King Pike's Derby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other confusion I can clear up for you guys? I understand it's been 2 weeks, but you're acting like you didn't even take notes.
I'm going to the forest.
By all means. Now, initially,
Yes.
you were here to discuss the missing militiamen, but if you wish to leave, by all means.
Oh. There she goes.
Well, it's easier to pack for a journey when you can sprout whatever you need simply from the ground.
I suppose Evelyn's mind is set.
I suppose that means we all should go get prepared then.
She's probably gathering supplies of her own.
I mean, you know, she's a druid after all. She loves those gold acorns.
Right, I've got loads of those.
Of course you
It's
do.
here in my notes.
So we have Evelyn, the Archdruid of the Redwood Thicket, currently
Leaving.
separating from the party. What are the rest of you doing?
Oh, I take it we're all undertaking this.
It seems that way. I was honestly hoping for at least another week.
Well, you know, it's never that easy.
It shouldn't take us too long.
Yeah.
I imagine we'll be back before Celeste has any reason to worry.
Doesn't everybody roll me a perception check?
Of course.
Got you, fam.
I'm uncomfortable.
Why?
Oof.
Blake is
I ain't perceiving nothing.
You are. It's
Oh.
It's not. It is incredibly hard to miss the loud beating of wings. Overhead, a different shadow is cast. Flying over top of Northbury, many of the people already in town stop and gawk at the shadow in the sky, leaving behind a faint trail of this sickly green ozone.
Huh.
An ancient black dragon.
Oh.
Drucklor,
no.
the blighted scourger. The tyrant of Avalon, the ruler of the Darkfen Mountains. And sworn enemy to the king of Daunted Palace.
Fucker.
What? What's the matter?
I'm going to the forest.
By all means. It is in this moment that Drucklor passes over Northbury and vanishes over the horizon. A sense of ease washes over the town once more. And lives continue unabated. We'll follow Evelyn for a moment. Stepping away from the fearless stars, she makes her way north along the road, passing by numerous people who all greet her, waving at her, smiling her, acknowledging. After all, It's not every day the Archdruid leaves the redwood thicket. Getting to see her in all of her splendor is a sight many talk about for many days. But eventually, you would find your way out of the town and follow the natural stairs up, carved in the cliffside by you and yours, until eventually you enter the nearby forest. It's maybe no more than an hour's walk from the edge until you find the massive, looming redwood trees that make up your thicket and grove. Poised at the center, the largest redwood tree. And around it, a number of massive, wildly different creatures. All of them perk their heads to look at you. Elks, bears, wolves. And despite this mingling of predator and prey, there is no attacking, no aggression. And yet they all acknowledge you as you approach. Welcome home, Archdruid. Is there something you wanted to do here?
Would call out her father's name.
It would be a moment, the number of the creatures turning their head to the side, as you would hear the sort of groaning of trees. You would watch as some of the redwoods almost appear to move, shifting out of the way, as a massive centaur begins to emerge from the tree lines. The upper body of an older gentleman, horns protruding out from his head, a thick white beard hanging down over his chest, his fingers muddied after what appears to be gardening. And as he sort of steps forward, the heavy footfalls of his centaur form. It's good to see you back. I figured you'd be staying in town for a moment longer. Is everything all right?
I'm gonna cast a spell magic.
You do. Nothing happens.
What?
You cast a spell magic. Your father looks perplexed. Is everything all right?
Yeah.
Evelyn? What's the matter?
Do I have any recollection of him, my father, who was the god? Is this him? Is he a god?
No.
I don't have any recollection of it, or he's not a god. Which one is it?
He's not a god.
Okay. No.
As powerful of a druid as he might be, he's not a god.
Ellen will shake her finger in the air. This isn't right. This isn't right. She'll turn away from him and walk away.
He's all right. I wonder if perhaps she's mad I didn't give her any of the berries that I harvested this morning.
So I have memory.
Of what?
Of my father as a god, right?
No,
What?
your father's not a god. I said he's a very powerful druid. He's definitely not a god.
Are you sure? Damn.
Let me check my notes.
Okay.
No. No, you would know that the nature god is Sylvanus, the Oak Father. Also known as the Old Oak or Old Father Tree, the Forest Father, Tree Father, God of Wild Nature, and the Green Father.
I don't understand.
That's fine. Again, it's been 2 weeks. I can understand that.
I'm gonna come down there and I'm gonna slip. I don't understand.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
What happened? And why don't I remember being born in the first age?
Born in the first age? No. You may be a few hundred years old, but born before Northbury was established? Absolutely not.
What?
The town of Northbury is a notable adventuring hamlet that has been given rise to countless heroes over the years. Northbury was established over 1,000 years ago by the first king of Avalon, Alexander Godwin. The town of Northbury has always sworn allegiance to whoever resides within Daunton Palace. Of course, you know all of this. They make their trade by selling fish, lumber, and stone to the other settlements around Avalon. Many guilds are contracted by the king, which come from Northbury, earning them quite the comfortable amount of wealth. This, of course, drawing the attention of the blighted Scourger, the terror of Avalon, who has sworn vengeance against the king for what his ancestors did back during the founding of Avalon. You were definitely not born before then. You're an adult. You don't need to worry about that, but first stage. It's very funny. Are you heading back to the party?
Yeah.
By all means. It would have been about a 2-hour walk, so we'll cut to the other party members. Figure out what they're doing. Party?
Oh, well, after finishing food and drink, I guess head back to my home and gather what I need to.
Absolutely. We'll focus on you for a moment.
Ah.
The songsmith of Northbury. Your home is lavish, a 2-story tall manor here near one of the sort of central bridges. You would see that as you approach this beautiful white stone and oak building, that there is a gentleman outside. You would know it to be as one of your sort of attendants or a butler. An older gentleman dressed finely, hands folded behind his back, and as you approach, he gives a very low bow and opens the door for you to your home. Welcome home, Miss Maylock.
Just to make sure I had the spelling right. What was his name again?
You guys really need to make sure that you're taking care of your notes. I know it's been 2 weeks, but his name is Reginald.
I'm uncomfortable.
Zeph would give a small bow. Thank you, Reginald. I hope your day has been well.
It has been very lovely, my lady.
Good, good. Seems I'll be heading out again. They're...
So soon.
Yeah, I tried to at least wait out at least a little bit longer, but seems someone hasn't returned, and, well, she would hold up both of her hands, just kind of spreading them out.
Of course. I'll be certain to notify your parents in the off chance that they come back to Northbury before you do.
Thank you. And, as always, just keep an eye on the manor, please.
But of course, my lady.
And she'd step inside.
Stepping in, it is equally as lavish. Beautiful furniture and furnishings here, with sort of numerous paintings, not only of your own accolades and achievements, but of that of your parents as well. After all, the Malark line is a line of adventurers and heroes. It's not uncommon for your paintings to be shown in a number of places. Making your way up to your room where all of your adventuring equipment lays in your rather large four-post bed, you begin gathering your equipment to prepare for adventure. The armoire holding all of the equipment that you need.
And I would assume my wand is still there?
Of course, your conductor's wand is there.
Be sure to grab that as well. She'll do one last walk through, make sure everything is in order, and take what provisions she has from her storeroom and head out.
Of course. Your storeroom is stocked with all manner of foods and ration, just in the off chance that you or your family needs to procure any for their adventures. So however many you would like to take, you can take them.
Okay.
And if there's nothing in your house, you can, of course, go to any of the neighboring establishments. And you know, as do all of you, being heroes and chosens of the king of Avalon, nobody's going to charge you for anything. As they say, your gold has no value here.
Yep.
Evelyn?
Did people from the first stage have belly buttons?
A rather odd question. Why don't you roll me a history check?
I don't know. I'm just wondering if they did. You know, because they weren't born, right?
People of the first stage?
Yeah, like when they were breathed in to life from rocks. You know, they didn't have an umbilical cord.
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
What do you mean?
The people of the first age here in Avalon, they were refugees from a war-torn land. Of course they were born.
Ooh, what?
Evelyn, you have expertise in history. You would know this. I don't know where you got this idea that people were born from stone, but that's not the case.
We've only been playing this game for a year.
I was about to say, we've been playing this game since, what, 2020?
Yeah, through COVID.
I'm about to screenshot my notes.
You can screenshot your notes all you want.
They've got timestamps!
That's fine. I'd love to see them.
Yeah.
Yeah! What do you mean the people of the first age? What war? How were people made into the world, Jim, from the first age?
Roll me a history check. Well, you would know that the people of the First Age, rather, it's the first time that history was being recorded.
No.
There's not so much that there's a First Age as it is when humans began really recording time. It's when the calendars and everything were made. There is a lot of scrutiny around this point as well. A lot of people attribute that the sudden surge of refugees in the land of Avalon and the king that marched with them come from a war-torn land known as Camelot.
I am not. I gotta take off my
No.
blanket. I'm getting too warm and upset. What?
Is
Okay.
that not written in your notes? Because
No.
you've asked this question before.
My notes are different.
You sure you're
Very
gonna override it
different.
with maybe your Saturday game or your Friday
I'm
game?
gonna fucking
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. My OneNote looks pretty good. I can send that over to you, Momo.
Perfect.
You are way too close.
It might be different perspectives, but I do appreciate that, Oprah.
You are way too close.
Oh, man. That's
You're fucking with me right
classic
now.
Momo, not taking notes.
Oh.
Usually you're so good about taking notes too. It's actually really surprising that you would forget
I just
these
remember
questions
things
that
like
you've asked me
longer.
before.
This is very unlike you. Very responsible too.
It's fine. I'll let it slide this time. But next time, please don't overwrite your notes. As much as I love answering questions about lore, I'd prefer to not do it several times.
Yeah, we gotta get you on the road.
No.
Oh, I heard a door.
Well.
Speaking of,
Yeah.
Zafina, do you have everything you need?
Yeah.
I just
I assume you'll be meeting them back at the Fearless Stars? Zafina?
Yeah. Well, she'll probably just head back there.
Perfect. Then we can cut to another adventurer, whoever would like to take up, who wants to go next, visit their home.
Well, everyone's leaving, right?
Everybody's going back to their respective place, I imagine, and getting their adventuring equipment.
And I suppose begrudgingly, Frame will go home. Why not?
Very well. To the top floor of the nearby chapel.
Indeed.
Just a moment.
I imagine that
Who left?
as the
Oh, Blake disconnected.
No.
give him a minute.
So anyway, I imagine that as the only leading figure in the only ecclesiastical institution in town, that I am drowning in gold.
You are the head of the church. So, yes, the church does receive a number of very generous donations.
Very good.
However, a lot of it does go to tending to the fallen heroes and a lot of the veterans that reside here. After all, it is a very altruistic group, as is Bahamut's traditions, as hoarding wealth is unbecoming.
That is what we tell them. But
That is what you... Oh?
sorry?
Go ahead.
No, but you're right. Correct. No self-interest here. All that you're saying makes complete sense.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure. Now, you don't live an ascetic lifestyle, mind you. The entire top of the chapel is your home. Rather comfortable and lavish for a hero. The king wouldn't have you living in squalor.
Any family?
Well, you would
Parents?
know that your brother and sister-in-law are currently out on an adventure, but they'll be returning for the King Pike Fishing Derby here in a couple of days. As for your mother and father, they are also away. They are currently in the town of Hamlet.
So it
Your
is a
mother
very
offering her sagely wisdom.
well. It is a very empty home then.
Indeed.
Would it be safe to say that our parents might have traveled together?
It's very likely, actually. After all, you've known each other for years. Were raised together. It's not as if anybody in the party has any bad blood. I'm starting to worry Blake's not coming back.
Same.
They still suffering the effects of the hurricane?
Yeah, it went further north, so.
Yeah, we had it here like all day yesterday and into today, this morning.
Oof.
It's been windy and rainy and cold.
That's not good. Are they offline entirely? No, they're listed as AFK.
Yeah.
Huh.
Let's give it some more time. Maybe he'll pop back in.
Indeed. Stepping into your, again, sort of lavish home here at the top of the chapel, you would see a number of the tapestries of Bahamut that hang from the wall, and a very prominent painting, an oil painting, that of Celestine, the Lady of the Lake.
As he walks by the painting, it is a very subtle habit, but he reaches up and brushes her hand on it on his way to the storage room. And he'll search for any sort of supplies that he knows he'll require. Any need for his spells and whatnot.
Tucked away in your usual chest, you would find your a set of studded leather armor, a scimitar and short sword, and a number of daggers that wait for you. And of course, the trusted key that your brother gave you.
With seeing all of these tools, a kind of heaviness comes upon him. Once again, he must venture out and use these tools of violence. Glad to stay and wear his fancy priestly clothing. He pick it all up, find what harnesses and the like that he uses, find dry supplies and things, his satchel, the sketches in them, and prepare himself.
Fantastic. It's not long during the process of you getting sort of outfitted that you would hear the heavy thud against your door.
Sort of catches himself, furrowing his brow, tying up the last bit of dry ration that he meant to stash away. He, squirrely as always, diagonally steps towards the door and goes, yes?
Justice, are you in there?
There's another startle from him, kind of a gasp, and he looks himself over, smooths out the robes and whatnot, and then opens the door.
Opening the door reveals a stout figure, much shorter than perhaps you were expecting. Thick, multi-braided beard that hangs down well past his waist with these thick platinum rings that connect the far ends of them. A sort of tawny brown color to the otherwise bald head of this cleric, whom you would know, of course, to be Anor'lur Hazelax.
Would you write down the name? To cross-reference, of course.
Okay.
My notes and all. Of course.
Now, Anor'lur Hazelax is a hill dwarf, but a cleric of Bahamut. In fact, for a while was your elder, but given your numerous deeds and triumphs, not only as a hero of Northbury, but as a champion of the king, he saw fit to grant you the title of Justisar, passing it to you, viewing himself in his twilight years, but still a formidable cleric if need be.
In spite of passing down the title, Ibrahim still humbles himself with a bow. Master Oral, did you hear the news?
I could only assume that you were leaving again.
It would only be for a small while.
Only a small while. You said that last time.
I promise you, I am eager to resume my duties. It is just how you know that most of the adventurers are off to the palace, and my friends need me.
How convenient, leaving me with all the acolytes, nagging me with their questions.
They mean well. Most of them.
I know it. Don't I know it? All right. How long are you going to be gone for?
We don't know. We tried to ask. Yes. You know, the guildmaster, he's short of answers often, and he didn't know how long it'd take us.
He sort of scrunches up his face, that large bulbous nose of his sort of becoming hidden in the thick mustache that pushes upwards, creases forming along his brow before he relaxes. Bah.
Never mind. You're staying safe. You hear me? None of that jumping around, none of that things that could get you killed. Your family's almost back.
He's nodding fervently.
Make sure you watch over the other ones. Don't let any of them get hurt. Take care of them. And lead. Just be smart. I don't need to hear about you going missing or nothing, all right?
I'll be all right. With your best wishes and the Dragon Lord's guidance, I know that it'll all be okay. It is something minor after all. Just a potential disappearance.
Some don't sit right. But it's been a moon and a while before I've actually been an adventurer. So I trust your instinct. If you think it's a minor thing, it's a minor thing. Take care of yourself.
I'll do my best. And you as well, Master. I wish for you all the patience in the world.
I'm gonna need it.
He turns and begins stomping his way back downstairs.
I imagine that like the whole chapel kind of like echolocates to where he's heading.
You can definitely tell where he's going. And you would hear,
all right, it's time for prayer.
That's amazing.
Just saying, I'd go to that church.
You begin gathering the rest of your equipment.
Yes. And the moment the acolytes all hurry along into place, Ibrahim sort of meets the gaze of some and gives them a kind of apologetic look.
They there is this look of respect as you walk past them, all of them sort of bowing, greeting you by title, and then there's the sort of look of please don't leave us.
He shows them a placating palm, an understanding nod.
They give a small, hesitant but understanding nod before scurrying their way as Master Oral calls out for them once more that it's prayer time.
Yeah, Ibrahim goes, acquires the remainder of his clothing, drapes that surcoat over his leather armor, and ties it with a purple sash, a gift from Celestine, and keeps it bound tight on the side, and heads outside.
Perfect. With your equipment in tow, you begin to make your way back to the Fearless Stars in preparation for your adventure. Anybody else visiting home?
Of course.
Of course. Reclusive as it is, the tower does await you. Stepping across the bridge past Miss Malark's home, you do make your way towards the lone tower up there on the hill. Ascending the winding path and beginning to ascend the sort of bright cobble steps, you would make your way to the large, dark wooden door, the raven head knocker presenting itself, though you don't need to use it. You own this place.
Yes, indeed. I just kind of wave my hand, tracing the sigils in the air, and with a point, a tap, the door should open.
It does. That soft sort of whining sound of the hinges as the door pushes itself open entirely, revealing the interior, far larger on the inside than the outside. You would see, at least on this first floor, a sort of welcome area. Numerous sort of lounging couches and tables, as well as some smaller desks for more immediate use when meeting with other people here. But you would see that along the walls, much like all of the floors, with the center winding staircase that leads further up, there are a number of bookcases bending that line the insides of the walls, giving only partial gaps for the windows, allowing viewing out and in.
Oberon takes a quick look at the place, obviously with Rook in tow, heading to one of the perches, official or unofficial, around the house, at least this first floor, and notes that on one of the welcoming sofas, the blanket that is there has been folded, at the very least. A solid maybe.
As you step in and see that, yes, the couch that you had been sleeping on has been tended to, you would hear the descending footfalls, the sound of boots against metal stairs, and descending, clad in rather relaxed garb, you would see your husband, Eamon Lyrian. An open book in hand, flipping through a few pages as he walks, that sort of dark curly hair idly bouncing with each step before he pauses, noting that the door is open, and he turns, those bright blue eyes staring at you for a moment, this long look that he holds before his own hand waves and he closes the door behind you.
You're going to let animals in if you do that?
Oh, only the one we've agreed to keep. Gestures to Rook.
Well, you know I wouldn't call him an animal. He closes the book, his hand coming up, and
he certainly behaves like one.
He mirrors what he's around.
I still can't be in that much trouble, can I, love? He kind of walks over, kind of places his hands on his husband's shoulders, gently kind of beginning to run them down his arms.
I don't know. I did have to clean up your mess this morning.
Well, you see, it was a rather urgent request.
Always so urgent.
If it even begs the Archdruid's attention. He kind of gives a placating shrug.
That sort of sculpted brow raised.
Come. We can walk and talk at the same time.
Fair enough.
As he begins to kind of turn him around and begin heading upstairs, explaining more or less the situation. What with most of the more famous of their lot at the Daunton Palace, it really only leaves this a rather trivial task up to them. It's somewhat middling and infuriatingly so.
You
That it can't be
You would see that as you're explaining this, his shoulders drop. You just got back.
I know.
It's only been a week. You. Surely somebody else. If you had taken a student, they could have gone.
Is this really about the students? Or is this about that other matter we discussed?
I think it would be good for you. An opportunity to give what you weren't given.
ADM, how much wasn't I given?
Well,
Just refresh my memory.
You and Eamon both shared the same tutor at Daunton Palace. A rather vindictive teacher. William Dincott, the former headmaster at Daunton Palace, but he was almost unnecessarily cruel. Failing a test, it was almost like it was the end of the world. And despite you and Eamon being top students, he had some resentment, either against your parents or against you. It was never clear, and you always felt like you were getting snubbed. That institutionalized teaching never really offering much to you. You and Eamon always learning better alone.
There's a moment where he considers that for a moment. Kind of clicking his tongue for a moment. Just I'll think it over after I return.
That's all I ask. It doesn't even have to be a permanent thing. I would like the tower just to be ours, after all. But once a week? Twice a week?
At the mention of twice a week, there's just a little narrow of the eyes.
You can see that
Almost
subtle smile curling at the edge of his lips.
once a week. I'll consider more.
Of course. Once a week. We'll go from there. So what is this about?
Oh, some missing militia. They were sent to investigate some ruin somewhere and haven't reported back.
Oh.
See what I mean? Trifling, but not trifling enough.
Indeed. If there were only so many of them are away at Daunton Palace. Oh. It's not unlike Sir Ian to get lost. Must be something important.
No, but it is like Sir Ian and his men to sometimes get a little lost in their cups.
Isn't that the truth?
Who knows if that translated to getting lost in the wilds?
I hope not. At least for your sake. I would like you to be back, for more than a couple of days.
Would if I could make this tower simply fly away.
Where would we go?
Wherever we want.
I've always wondered what was on the other side.
An interesting prospect. Trip to the mountains.
I was talking about the Bright Sea.
Just so I have my notes in order. The Bright Sea?
Absolutely. It's the sea that borders Northbury and Avalon as a whole. Nobody really knows what's on the other side. Some just say that's where the world ends.
more of a trip to sate your curiosity than a vacation. And you know I wouldn't have it any other way, love.
Good. Let's get you packed. As much as I loathe it.
And, yeah. With his husband's help, he'll, get his things packed.
Delightful.
And ready for yet another adventure.
Indeed.
Kiss him.
You would
Of
know
course.
that there are the other 2 floors of your tower. The second floor acting as a personal study, separated for both of you, having your own respective fields that you practice. However, it's not uncommon for those walls to simply vanish, thus making the 2 studies one. Whenever the mood strikes. And as well, the top of the tower being the homestead of you and your husband, your shared bedroom and sort of living quarters, the kitchen, the dining room, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And as you are equipped with all of your garb, your iron stone pressed to your forehead before it begins to float around you, he would walk you to the entrance of the tower and kiss you goodbye.
Of course. And it lingers just a moment longer than he usually would. And parting gives him a wink.
There's a very sort of wide smile as you pull away. I'd rather not have to wait another week for one. And you
Just
are eventually...
very coyly walks away, of course.
You are ushered away with a rook following suit. And make your way back to the Fearless Stars, where some of your companions are already waiting. Anybody else?
Well, hopefully Blake makes it back, but I guess they'll telling us we'll go back to the guild hall, to his home.
All right. Making your way back, Mr. Averon, Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild. Following along the winding path, you would eventually find yourself at the large 3-story building here at the southern end, near the border of Northbury. Ascending the sort of cobble steps and pushing open the large, wide doors, stepping inside, you would see at the far end, the burning hearth and the row, or rather singular row table that connects from almost the entrance all the way to the end of where the hearth is, and benches lining, where a number of the adventurers often sit and regale one another with their middling adventures, and where guild meetings are often held. You would see sat near one of the wider counters, sort of resting on her elbows, sort of flicking at her nails, as if her mind is elsewhere. You would see a familiar figure. Your mother, Thalia Averon, currently acting receptionist here at the guild hall, rather too bored to go out and adventure on her own for a moment, just idly playing at receptionist. But as you walk in, you would hear, "Oh, finally. It's about time. Tell me you brought some new initiates with you."
Unless they're here. I don't think so. Why, did some stop by?
No. All of them are gone. I was hoping we'd at least get a few more, but none of that.
Well, you can't force people into the adventure in life. They gotta kind of decide on their own, and they will eventually.
Everybody wants to be fishermen and all them other things. Ain't nobody want to be an adventurer. Well, that's a lie. Most do, but they're already gone.
It's the price of peacetime.
Just our luck. Well, what are you doing back so soon? I thought you were meeting with your friends.
Well, was having, drink and a meal, and then everyone got a wild hair up their ass about the missing militia folk. So.
Oh, about Sir Ian and his men.
Yeah.
What about him?
Well, the other knuckleheads thought it would be a good idea if we went out and found them.
I suppose. Generally, you don't send a dog to clean up a puppy's mess, but what do I know? All my years of adventure, and I guess if you, with your long fangs, want to go ahead and give it a bite, by all means, who am I to stop you?
Well, maybe we'll get lucky and make some initiates or these militia folk and something greater than, farmers.
The militia folk?
Yeah, that.
All right. Well, I believe Annalie and Reese just stepped out to go for a picnic. You gonna be able to say goodbye to them before you leave?
Oh, listen, I like sleeping in my bed.
Smart.
So yeah,
simple test. Just wanted to see. You passed. Go get your things. I'll go ahead and I'll send a message to Annalie. Make sure she knows. Your father sends his regards, by the way. He's living it up in Dalton Palace right now.
I bet. Well, when's he ever making it back?
No, he should be making it back for the festival. Said he'll be staying for a whole month, in fact.
So why aren't you with him then?
Who else is gonna run this place? You?
Well, I mean, I probably could, but you do such a good job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how about you go pack your things before I kick your ass?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Ascending the sort of side stairs up to the second floor, you would step further, even past that, past the sort of armory and barracks that are here, and begin making your way up the final third set of stairs up to the reserved floor for you and your family. The sort of larger portion, one of the towers dedicated just for you and your immediate loved ones, your wife and son. Making your way up to your room, you would find your armoire ready for any of the other necessary equipment you may need for an explorer's pack, dungeoneer's pack, whatever. And much like the others, your sort of shelves and cabinets are full, so take as many rations as you would like.
We'll take the standard explorer's pack complement of 10.
Perfect.
Yeah. Anything else interesting going on in this place?
Like what?
I don't know. Cool inventions, neat shit being made.
Oh, you want to visit your workshop?
Oh, there's a workshop? Well, then absolutely.
I mean, I figured you would know. You built it. Yours would be at the bottom of your tower. Ascending a trap, or descending through a trapdoor down a ladder, you would find yourself in a underground workshop. The large smithy and anvil, well worn and used by the countless experiments and tinkerings that you've done. You would also find as well, resting upon the anvil, your trusted shotgun, having just finished its completion after your adventure against the ruinous necromancer.
How's that thing looking?
It's clean. After all, you just finished making it, with some of the more recent sort of engravings along the edges and the barrels. It'll do its job. Not nearly as potent as, say, Reprisal, but You know that with enough time and enough adventuring, this thing will be just as deadly, if not more so.
Well, I'll take it with him. Why the hell not?
All right.
Can't not test drive out the good stuff.
Absolutely. Equipped with reprisal and your shotgun, and grabbing whatever tertiary ammo you may need, you begin to ascend the ladder once more and make your way towards the large central chamber of the Adventurers Guild where your mother is waiting for you. Her elbow is still resting on the counter. She has stopped fidgeting with her fingers and is more relaxed look to her. I went ahead and shot them a sending message. They know. They're maybe no more than 30 minutes out from town. Little brook. You I believe where you often take her, she said.
She's testing my memory. I'm not that old.
She thinks so. I think so.
What do you know? You're only my mom.
Go on, don't keep her waiting.
All right. Well, what are you gonna do while I'm out?
Oh, we still got a number of greenhorns that need training, and I'm gonna see to it that they do. After all, the king just put up the bounty board, so I'm gonna send them out and see if they can't get anything that he put up.
They secure the notice or letters of credit and everything like that. It's not like we're going to be paying them out of our own pockets.
No. No, the king's already went ahead and sent us over some gold. A rather healthy amount, I might add, to add to our stores, but it is purely for paying out the bounties, not for our own pockets or experiments. She looks at you very pointedly.
But I mean,
for paying out greenhorns and adventurers, not for our own personal experiments.
Didn't see you complaining about the last one I made for you.
Hey, I'm your mom. I don't complain.
Well,
but this time, no personal experiments. I mean, unless, of course, you got another gift for Mother Dearest. Otherwise, no.
I will keep that in mind.
Now go on, shoot.
I'm going. Be safe, right? Take care of yourself.
Who are you talking to? I taught you how to shoot.
I taught you how to shoot.
Yeah? You want to go down that road?
A gun, not a bow. You taught me the bow. Which
You know what? I'm going to send her another message.
You
know what? You decided to leave.
Oh, going. He's like already out the door, running.
You can see her picking up the sending stone.
It's just a silhouette of where he used to be. Just a hat silhouette, just...
Leaving behind the Adventurers Guild, you begin to make your way south out of town. And again, it's maybe no more than half an hour away until you find where a part of the river here sort of breaks off into its own smaller brook, and sort of resting at the top of a clearing with a number of large trees sort of surrounding it, you would see sat upon a checkered blanket your son and wife.
Well, I think in intentionally letting his spurs make their sound so that they know he's coming, and he'll step up to their little picnic spot.
Turning, hearing the spurs, you would see the wide smile that crosses your wife's lips and the look of excitement that crosses your son's as he jumps up, nearly knocking over the food that she had prepared if she wasn't as quick as she was with her mother-like reflexes, sort of catching it and setting it down with a soft shake of her head as he rushes towards you, arms wide, wrapping them around your midsection. You would hear her speak. Well, how nice of you to join us.
Well, you know where I was going to be, and things changed because they always do.
And I see you remembered.
Well, how can I forget? I mean, coming here is how that thing got made, and he points to his son.
There's this very like exacerbated look on her face suddenly as he looks up with a look of confusion, and she's like, "No, no, he was joking." What are you doing?
He just snorts.
Now, what's this your mom telling me about? You going off on another adventure?
Right. Well, I was perfectly content to hang out and relax for, a while. Spend some time with you guys and do all that, but the knuckleheads got a wild hair up their ass about the missing militia folk, so then they wanted to go out and get them because apparently they don't like waiting around here. And you know that they'd just be up,
Yes.
Dingleberry Creek without a paddle.
Stop. I get the visual already. You would hear your son. What's a dingleberry?
House raises his hand as if to explain.
The look she gives you could kill.
His hand lowers slowly.
It's a thorn. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. A thorn. He's like, oh. And I thought that we would have you for more than just a few days.
I did too, and that was the intention.
You couldn't find anybody else?
Well, I mean, I probably could, but would you trust anyone else to watch their ass?
Those 5? I could trust them to lose their heads.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, missing militia folk, they can't it's not like they could have gone far or nothing. Probably be back in a day.
Where were they heading?
Just kind of spreads his hand. Well, I mean, it's militia folk, so they got to be around town, right? Probably no more than a day out on some kind of patrol, got lost, or found a new tavern popped up on the road, or God forbid, a brothel. Place of drinking.
The scowl starts and then settles. A pub.
Yes.
That's the word you meant. A pub.
Absolutely.
Sort of her head canted down a little bit, but she's looking at you through her brows.
He just grins back with his full-on 17 charisma signature smile for his wifey.
Can you promise it won't be another week-long adventure like last time?
Well, last time was only a week. I think we made excellent time on that. Dad's been gone forever.
I mean, what do you expect? Master of engineering for the king is no easy job.
Yeah, well.
Oh. Sorry, I thought that was Reese speaking for some reason.
Well, he's got to learn from somewhere.
I prefer he didn't.
I know. Well, I just hope he's having a good time or whatever the heck it is. Wouldn't hurt him to come visit his wife so she can get off my butt for a while. I mean,
Talanos.
Mm-hmm.
We love having a mother here.
Oh, absolutely. Every day, every hour of every day.
Your son sort of finally relaxes his hold around your arms, or around your waist, and sort of like pipes up, I mean, I love Grandma.
Yeah, that's because she spoils you and gives you candy when I'm not looking.
No.
That's my job.
You can see your wife cross her arms over her chest.
Mm-hmm.
Your job?
Listen, you learn it's a soft touch now. Like in 2 more years, he's probably gonna be headed off to the King's Guard too.
Wearing coats and spurs and shooting guns, I know.
I mean, that's if we're lucky. If we're not lucky, he's gonna end up in the King's Guard like the other one.
Hopefully not. She ruffles the top of his head, sort of messing up his hair.
See, guns and spurs seem better all of a sudden, don't they?
I suppose.
I am convincing. So, I figure if you can hold down the fort, wife who I convinced to marry me with little to no complaint whatsoever.
Oh, you're pushing it.
Yeah, if you can hold down the fort and keep this munchkin under control as he pushes Reese's head away from him for a moment. Like, yeah.
She sort of reaches the arm out, wrapping it around his shoulders and pulling him in.
Yeah. Keep him under control. Make sure he doesn't, start eating the floor. So I know I saw them tooth marks and knock that off.
She looks down. Really? No, I didn't do that.
Anyway, just laughing. But yeah, if you got it handled, we'll go and find these lost itty militia men and bring them back, and then resume to family time.
Oh, wait, mister. What do I get?
All right, avert your eyes, child.
She
goes in for the full sailor kiss.
She sort of wraps her hand over his eyes as he begins to protest, and then you would hear, "Oh, they're kissing."
Yeah.
Exactly, that sound of just like, oh. But there is this very very passionate sort of reaching her other arm up to sort of pull you into the embrace and kiss you back.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go saddle up a horse and then have to lecture the other 5 about their terrible riding habits.
Keep them safe.
I will try.
And, of course, keep yourself safe.
Well, I mean, that's the easy part, right?
She looks at you. Brows raised. Promise me.
I promise.
Good.
Well, I'm gonna hit the old dusty trail. It'd be good for your mama, Reese. When I get back, we're gonna work on getting you a baby sister. I mean, we'll adopt one. Huh?
She goes, "Get."
Bye.
And with that farewell, leaving your wife and son to finish their picnic, you take your equipment and a final farewell kiss back to the Fearless Stars. Adjudicator.
Hopefully he is returned.
Hey.
Oh no.
Oh goody.
I don't sound good, do I? I don't sound good, do I?
Oh, you're loud.
What about now?
You're a little better, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. But yeah. This is what phone Blake sounds like. I'm sorry.
It is passable. We can work with this. The rest of your adventuring crew has made their way to their respective homes to gather their equipment for the adventure. What is the Lawmaster doing?
Well, of course, the Lawmaster is gonna return to his residence with a bit of eagerness in his step.
It has only been a week, but understandably, adventure calls, and law needs to be brought to Avalon. Making your way to the large two-story building at the far edge of this sort of town square, you would find that there are a number of other sort of lawmen and women who are going about and preparing for their daily patrols. As all of you, as you approach, a lot of them would turn to face you, sort of placing their hands over their hearts in a salute and greeting as they welcome the Lawmaster back.
Blake,
Continue.
Blake would, he would return the salute, and he's like, "At ease."
All of them sort of continuing to go about their work, and waiting at the sort of reception desk there is a half-elf whom you would know as Lily, who is currently in the process of taking down a small report, a squabbling matter between two merchants, one who claims that obviously this merchant took from the other's farm. Their pumpkins are identical. Lily's currently taking the report, but as you step in, she gives you a warm smile. Welcome back, Lawmaster.
Oh, hey, Lily, what's the word? What's happening?
Oh, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with. These two gentlemen claim that the other poached from their own farms. It's something we can settle. Why do you look to be in a rush?
Well, I'm at it again. I'm gonna be leaving soon.
Again? Lawmaster, with all due respect, you just got back.
Yeah, but duty calls, and there's some men missing out there, and we gotta find them.
Okay. I'll inform the others.
Of course,
continue.
Those, have we gotten any word?
Nothing that's really come back. At least nothing that we've heard from any of our other patrols. None of them have seen hide or hair of Sir Ian or their other militiamen. A few of them think that maybe they just wandered a little too far off their route, and they're just lost in the wilderness.
Oh, that's good, but, did we get any word from Dalton's Palace, perhaps?
She sort of pauses for a moment, and then a soft smile takes her lips. Maybe. Could it be perhaps that you're waiting for a missive from a saint, maybe?
Well, after what she told me in her last letter, of course I am.
Well, there's no letter yet. However, we haven't seen the courier today, so maybe before you leave, we'll get a letter.
All right, I suppose. Blake will, he at first looking like almost like eager to get word from Dalton's Palace, but seeming a bit disappointed for not, there was nothing for him.
Disappointed, but a quest still lays before you. You would eventually make your way to the top of this sort of constabulary, making your way towards your own quarters here. Comfortable as they are for a person as large as you. You would begin to gather all of the necessary accoutrement and equipment needed to adventure. things you've done before time and time again. This, of course, is just another adventure, another notch in the belt.
Like going through his ritual of getting himself ready for going out on another adventure to hype himself up to bring, the spread good and justice to the world at large. And for a moment, as he's looking over an open letter, he picks it up and rereading it to himself for a bit, getting to a specific part that brings just once again that wide grin to his face. The news, that probably the best news he's probably heard in a long time. That news of the lady, Arvella, she's expecting. And
that feeling of warmth just rushing through you, that sense of pride now just filling you with resolve once more.
Absolutely, just the thought to himself, he's doing it for them.
That's right.
Homer Simpson.
Folding up the letter and gathering the rest of your equipment, you may take as many rations and like as you wish. As of course, your sort of cupboards and the like are always stocked. The people here of Northbury make sure that their heroes do not starve and do not want for anything.
Oh yeah. Blake will get what he, what he would normally bringing extra rations because sometimes, big man gets hungry.
That's right. And hopefully along the travel, maybe Ibrahim will get to cook again.
But with gathering all he did, just as fast as he came, he leaves, giving his salutes to those that he works with, and then making his way back to the Fearless Stars.
Absolutely. You are seen off by a number of the lawmen and lawwomen here who give you a farewell but expect you to return with good tidings. And eventually, the group is made whole once more inside the Fearless Stars. This is where we're going to take a break. Let's go ahead. Let's meet back at the top of the hour.
Nice.
I'll see you all then. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
So 30 minutes, yeah?
22?
Yeah, 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
22 minutes, chat. You heard that.
So how is chat?
Dude, everyone gets a wife and I get a grumpy dwarf.
Bro, your wife's the Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, a myth.
She's real to you, right?
Yeah, for all everyone knows, Ibrahim made her up.
Yeah, no, I'm totally married too. She's just, she lives in a lake. Sure, Ibrahim.
Look, this chalice. She gave it to me. It's real.
Like, it's real, I swear.
Stop misappropriating church funds, Ibrahim.
I love like all this is going down. We're all having going back to our sweet home live. Meanwhile, everyone's just like, oh God, what's happening?
Lead into it. Don't worry.
I'm physically uncomfortable.
Why?
I don't know.
Parasocial relationship with his lake waifu.
Did you misplace your notes in the beginning? There was a glitch in the system. We all clicked on a link that we shouldn't have.
No, when that was happening, when she fucking had that reaction, that's when my internet went out. I thought she ended the stream.
Oh no! That was funny. I was on mute, but
I'm throwing Evelyn into the river, and if she can't breathe, I'm gonna freak out.
just Blake goes up. Saber's like, Evelyn, you know you can't breathe underwater.
What I want to know is why our tokens are named the way they are.
Oh yeah, no, I saw that.
What are they
and
named? What are
why
they named?
we are not called that. I don't understand.
We have our full title.
Yeah, but we're not called that. I'm confused.
Of course we are. I've been the chosen of Anew for quite some time.
Yeah. Old Oberon was.
I mean, he's 38. He's not old.
No. You have a new title. You're not the chosen of Iron.
What do you mean? It's always been like that.
Blake Steele's not the adjudicator. He's the leader of some fucking.
Oh yeah, the
town.
lawmaster. Yep.
He's the lawmaster. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh. I'm sorry, my notes are fucked up.
I mean, he does.
I'm the Arc Druid, not the Wild Daughter. Really confused.
I mean, you sound kind of wild to me right now.
Okay, we're on break. Don't gaslight me.
Don't gaslight me on break, you fucking idiot.
I'm literally uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is wild.
Incredibly wild.
How's everyone enjoying the new happy-go-lucky high fantasy campaign?
What do you mean? It's always been like this.
Okay.
I can gaslight chat though, right? Momo, I can gaslight chat, right?
You know, I'm actually glad that Ibrahim's wife is a concept instead of an entity.
Yeah, because then you don't have to sleep downstairs when you do something wrong.
Right? And the DM can't kill my wife. That's never gonna happen.
I don't know, man.
The only time...
Oh,
Oh no, Blake.
The only time Ibrahim needs to be afraid is when they invent pollution and people start throwing trash in her lake.
Pollution.
My guy, you are a robot.
I'm sorry.
So glad you were
Can't do
able to
it.
get out that.
I'm back.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
Doing good. Luna has asked, I'm curious as to what became of the Raven Queen.
Well, the Raven Queen still exists, although a minor deity of Avalon.
Wait, why so, Megamorphin? How come?
Chrissy, wake up. I mean, they're already awake. Summer, I'm not sure how much more awake they could be. Thank you, Luna. There's no gaslighting here. Yeah, you are, Summer. I was wondering why you didn't show up today. I thought you called out sick.
We thought you caught the plague.
You need a full explanation about what? Gaming Void? Guys, I know we took a 2-week break, but come on. We've been streaming this game for almost a year now.
That 2 weeks felt forever.
I will show up randomly with dice. Nice, finally.
You fell into the trap.
Yeah, Zealot got it. They beat Raffen the Ruinous, the Necromancer's Apprentice, 2 weeks ago. That's what we called it, with them making it back to Northbury.
Yeah, some things were kind of hand-wavy, though, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, we sort of been like, you guys already traveled to the ruins. I don't mind hand-waving Hexploration back.
Mm.
Let's change up the song. Well, this is episode 1 of the new chapter. Raffen the Ruinous was the big bad evil guy of the last chapter, threatening to unleash an undead horde upon Northbury and the King's River. However, the life of heroes is never calm, hence why our heroes have been rallied once more to undertake an adventure.
DM, quick question on the spelling of Rathen. Is that like W-R-A, like Wrath, like very World of Warcrafty-ish, or is it like R-A-T-H-I-M?
It's that.
Ah! Okay, I'm real stupid, thanks.
Don't worry, I heard Rathin like TH as well, so no, don't worry.
I was like,
All
are
right.
you going like full like Blizzard bad guy names on us again?
No.
That spelling was updated because I had it wrong.
It's all right. And of course, here is your picture of Raffen the Ruinous.
Oh, yikes. See, and this is why I don't take apprentices. This shit happens.
You should see the Necromancer.
Yeah.
Although they are rather elusive and haven't been seen, nor do they often leave their tower. Legit question, where do I sign up for one of these campaigns? This is awesome so far. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The best thing I can say is bribe somebody to be a dungeon master or become your own dungeon master. However, the community at large has been growing recently, and there have been a number of games that are coming about. So who knows? Maybe you will find a game.
Oh, I think we have another question.
To the party, did you guys fall into a coma? Why don't you remember anything?
I mean, I got fairly fuckle-chucked that fight, but like I have wizard HP.
To be fair, there is this sort of like thing that happens with long stretches of time. It's why I try to sort of stop or make sure that the players are aware of these breaks. But it isn't uncommon for these breaks to happen and players just sort of lose it, right? To lose sort of information, at least stuff that should be pertinent or at the front of their mind. I mean, hell, most of the players in here are in like 2 or 3 other games, so...
Stop. We're on break. That's enough. Please.
I'm answering the questions.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I DM 2 other games, so much as I try to keep it all straight.
Oh, meant my games. I haven't opened up any public games. That is like an eventual goal, is to run like a public, like a little one shot for the community. So that's somewhere down the line, Nova. DM, have you read any good Marvel comic storylines recently? I have not. Can you recommend any?
Probably not missing a whole lot. They haven't put out a lot of stuff that's just amazing lately.
I imagine Fluffioso's probably talking about some of their older stuff.
Oh, the old shit's awesome. House of Mystery?
Hear me out.
That's DC, not Marvel.
Hear me out.
It's Constantine.
House of M is Marvel.
Oh, I thought you meant House of Mystery, which is a Constantine thing. That's DC for sure.
I think the M is short for mutant because it has like all of the X-Men and stuff like that.
Okay.
Although I do see Spider-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, Falcon. So it's definitely Marvel.
Yeah, so that's if it's House of Mutants, then that's a Marvel. Sorry. You said House of M. I'm like, House of Mystery. Oh, that's fucking Constantine, who's one of my favorite comic book characters.
I've never read it, but it looks like it'd be a fun read. Do we have art of Evelyn and Armin's wedding? I wish. Sadly, I am not made of money, nor am I an artist. Otherwise, I would love to draw all of the little details, all of the little events that have happened. There's a bit of once and future king vibes to the story opener, but I'm gonna be quiet. Interesting. I have a DM whose campaign has been going on for 5 years, and when she drops lore and exposition, no one gets it because none of the original players are there anymore. Holy shit. I know for a fact Summer would make for an incredible psychotic character. Just reminiscing makes me miss Sicily. Oh, that's Sedge, though. By the way, love the choice of Final Fantasy ambient music for the background. I'm glad you enjoy it. Except the child making, don't draw that. I mean, you know, people like smut. Who am I to stop them from getting, you know, oil paintings drawn of their characters laying down pipe? If you want art, a good solution is to make a fan art section. I didn't ever really think of that. I mean, I guess. I hadn't even considered that idea. Very true, Grothmar. Pretty much every big D&D stream shows fan art at the end. Oh. I think aside from Luna making all of the characters in Soul Calibur, I don't think we've gotten any fan art.
Not that I know of.
Nor is it really something I like expected, I guess, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah, I think we mostly posted our own character reference art in the Discord.
is not ubiquitous for most games. That makes sense. I can draw you a few stick figures. Octal, I would love that.
I want to see these stick figures now.
I mean, I'll ask the community, and I'll ask the players if they're comfortable with like fan art and stuff like that, and we'll see what the general consensus is. If the folks like it, like the idea, we'll put up a channel. If not, then bleh. Goes from there. I just put some fan art in the... Oh, did you? Nice. I like that.
I like it. Good job. Yeah. That's beautiful.
We answered that question, Sizzle. A lot of the content was covered. However, with a 2-week break, players being a part of so many games, it's not wholly uncommon for them to just forget. But it's fine. I don't mind answering questions. Hey, Momo, are you here?
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the game?
If I'm honest, I'm really uncomfortable.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. And the gaslighting is like kind of freaking me out. I am eating snacks.
Snacks.
How are you?
I'm great. Session's going along perfectly apace.
Uh-huh.
We
How you
just gotta
holding up,
go kill
Blake?
some bad guys.
Oh god, did Blake die again?
What do you mean he's never been eaten before in his life ever? Anything.
Oh, he's been eaten before.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
There are mimics in this world. And of course,
What do you mean?
during your earlier adventures, it's not, it wasn't too unexpected when the Lawmaster, formerly not the Lawmaster, would just get nabbed by some monster way too big for him as a frontliner. I think they always saw him as like a crab, like trying to get the soft meat under the armor.
I hate you.
It's just a waiver, brother. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
Be wary of toilet mimics. I've never been evil enough to make a toilet mimic, but that's a good idea. Oh, come on, you can't be that cruel.
One minute remains.
Cue the Sonic swimming underneath water and you're running out of breath sound.
The frantic music.
Yeah.
Absolute. Absolute.
Is everybody back?
Youpers.
I'm here.
I'm here.
I'll take that smacking of your lips as you're here. Abraham?
I'm here.
Fantastic. The party has met up in the Fearless Stars, where Victor Godwin is currently in the process of eating his own meal. Drinking from this large sort of tankard, he does pause momentarily, giving you all a look, seeing that all of you are dressed up in your gear, and then a nod.
Oh. Well, I take it you're taking it upon yourself then.
It won't take quite as long if we go ahead and just go do it real quick.
The valiant heroes of Northbury off doing a little quest.
It would sour the mood for the whole festival if some greenhorns went and got themselves killed.
Oh, I suppose that's the right of it. Aye. I think it's been years since you and yours have gone and done a little quest like this. You know, it might be a nice change of pace. You know, instead of saving the whole of Avalon, you're protecting a few folks who gone missing. Right, is there anything else you need? Remember, you can always stop by all the other stores. I doubt anybody's going to charge you.
Something so small, I don't think it'd be so necessary. With your best wishes, we could certainly use those, Master.
Very well. I wish you the best on this little adventure. May you come back hale and whole, and with Sir Ian and the rest. Also hale and whole, preferably with all of their extremities and appendages fully attached.
Very specific.
To that end, Ibrahim, perhaps we, if not for our sake, should gather supplies on behalf of the men we could find. If they are in dire straits, they might require additional aid.
Something beyond our capacity for healing?
If, and this is a big if, they've stumbled upon more than what they're capable of, it might be wise for us to keep those in reserve for the most dire of straits.
Dragon Lord does teach to be cautious. I suppose it makes sense. Let us be thorough then.
A couple of potions, antitoxins, things like that. Cover most of our bases, I think.
Sounds like a right proper idea.
Unless anyone has any glaring objections.
Might as well prepare for every eventuality.
Doesn't hurt to be prepared.
I mean, we don't need to overdo it, though. It's not like they can be that far away, right?
That's true, but I'd rather have and not need than need and not have. Besides, rubbing dirt in it doesn't work for everyone.
Shall we go then?
Come on, let's be on it then.
Blake, did you get any word from your wife?
No, not today. But soon, hopefully.
A shame. I suppose Arvella's hands are full. It makes sense.
She's a busy woman, but we find our time.
Platinum Dragon's time is perfect.
If you're heading out, do give the others my regards. Tell them I look forward to seeing them stop by before the festival.
Of course, Victor. Thank you, as always.
And he waves you off, along with Veronica, his wife. Pleasant smiles all around as they see you out the fearless stars and back into the town of Northbury. You have a number of places you can go, or you can just leave for the northern ruins.
Frankly, I would personally vote the alchemist, but that's me.
Yeah, possible to get some potions, perhaps.
Some of the militia might be needing some healing. Who knows if they stepped in it or what.
Well, we find it, which we're going to get a lemonade, so I'd say we make our way to the alchemist.
I'm glad I understood most of that.
Yeah, same.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
It happens. Making best with what we got.
You would know that the alchemist's store is right over here. Ran by Percival Selwood.
Where is it in relation to the other shops? Like the general store specifically? Because that might be the only other place we need to...
Well, the general store and the blacksmith are right across from one another, right over here.
Okay.
You would know that the alchemist shop also shares the same block as the magic shop.
Okay.
I also vote for the alchemy shop. I should replenish my anti-venom.
Very well. Lawmaster, if you'd be so kind as to lead the way, being so eager.
Don't I always? And make his way out.
God,
Okay.
make him start.
Led by the lawmaster through Northbury, all of the citizens you pass greet you warmly as you make your way through the midday sun, finding yourself at the sort of more clustered building here, the alchemist shop, ran by Mr. Selwood. Inside a number of cabinets brimming with strange herbs and bubbling concoctions. A number of beakers currently sort of frothing at the edges, getting ready to overflow as the fire beneath them laps at the bottom. And yet, never seems to do. A wide variety, almost a kaleidoscope of colors inside here. And you would see sitting behind the counter, currently in the process of applying a cork to the end of a vial, you would see the tiefling gentleman, Mr. Selwood. A tiefling of bright red skin, contrasted by the white hair, the sort of protruding forward horns that curve upwards from the center of their forehead. And you would see that they are a relatively lithe individual, not really possessing as much, say, bulk or mass as, say, somebody like the Lawmaster, but they definitely seem adept and very mindful of their craft. Looking up as the door opens and you all step inside, you would see Percival for a moment. Oh.
Oh, hello. What do I owe the pleasure?
Seems we're heading out again?
There's a momentary perplexed look.
Didn't you just get back?
Yeah, about that. And she would just look over at Blake.
Duty calls, and we have a responsibility.
Far be it from me to stop the lawmaster. What can I get you?
Well, we may be finding some lost militiamen, and we're not certain what type of a state they might be in. Any sort of alchemical concoctions, potions, salves, antitoxins, the blighted ones are not to be trifled with.
Mm-hmm. I do have a number of items. I haven't been really able to replenish my stock. It's only been a week, but I have enough. Healing potions, greater and normal, some milk-soaked linen, medicinal herbs, clotting powders, burn salves, the works.
So, party. The master of alchemy here, Mr. Selwood, has what appears to be 4 antivenoms, 4 bandages, 4 burn salves, 4 ablative powders, 4 clotting powders, 4 medicinal herbs, 4 milk-soaked linens, 6 common healing potions, 3 greater healing potions, and, if need be, a couple of shovels.
Could you put that inventory?
No. Yes.
Yeah, type that fast. I was trying, but I missed like 90% of it.
Give me just a hot minute and I will post it for you.
All I remember is there were a lot of 4s.
Correct. Anti-venom, bandages, burn salves, clotting powders, medicinal herbs, milk-soaked linens, 6 common healing potions, 3 greater healing potions, and 2 shovels.
I take the shovels. My responsibility.
Yeah? All right. He doesn't even question it as you take them.
He would hand out one for Blake.
Blake would happily accept.
And he would move up to Talanus and offer him the other.
Oh, it's like that, is it?
What, you are the master of adventures. It is only fitting. How's young Reese taking to his teachings, by the way?
I mean, we're still getting him, working on the mathematics and engineering and stuff like that. So, wifey doesn't really want him, running off to join the King's Guard. So, she's got hopes he'll stick around.
Of course. If ever he struggles again with his letters, let me know.
Yeah, I think he's taken to it pretty well, actually. I mean, unless he's doing unwell that I don't realize.
Oh, Thomas, I wouldn't worry. He's far smarter than his father.
Ha! Oh, God, I hope so.
There's like this very pleasant look on Percival's face, but obviously seeing that these friends are interacting, Percival stays very quiet after sort of presenting all that is left here in the alchemist's store.
Well, what do you think we'll need?
Obviously, the potions would certainly come in handy, but even just something to stop any sort of injury would be great as well.
If none will claim the anti-venom, I'll do so.
All of them? Or just a few?
Well, we just take a few of each little thing, and whatever we don't use, we'll bring right back.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Why don't I just give you all the potions? And I'll give you half of all of the supplies. I at least need something in case,
Stuff happens.
Fisherman shows up, hurt himself, or, one of the druids got hurt, something like that.
Yeah.
Of course, yes.
And like I said, we'll bring back whatever we don't use, naturally.
Perfect. Who wants to carry the supplies? Because there's a
boy.
fuck ton of them.
Well,
Better yet, how are we distributing? You have 2 of all of the sort of cure items or resistance items. You have the 6 common healing potions, 3 greater healing potions, and the 2 shovels. And 2 of everything else.
Okay.
what happened to the bag of holding?
The what?
The bag of holding.
You don't have a bag of holding.
Oh yeah.
That is an item you've requested be made for you by Samuel Westcott, the half-orc who runs the magic shop. But as you remember, they need a very specific embroidered cloth. And they are still waiting from the king, or they're still waiting from the wizards in Downton Palace to send it over so they can make you one.
Wonderful.
So who's carrying what? Because I have to put these on your sheet.
Okay, I'm just making note of what we got.
As of me, 2 anti-venoms and 1 of the potions.
Your aim is carrying the 2 anti-venom. Bump. And then which potion? One of the graders or one of the commons?
The common ones. I can do healing myself.
There we go. You have
Well-
1 potion of healing and 2 anti-venoms.
I would probably say, since each of us could carry 1 common healing potion, and then we'll only have the 3 to really distribute out.
Everybody wants a common healing potion?
I think that would make most sense.
I would think so,
Fantastic.
yeah.
I'll go ahead. I'll slap it into everybody's character sheet. Give me just a moment. I gotta go through everybody's sheet. And then finally, the adjudicator getting his potion of healing. Boom. That
That's Lawmaster, sir?
Yeah,
You
where'd
wish
that word
to-
come from?
Well, he's still the adjudicator. That is the title given to him by Saint Arabella. But he's the lawmaster of Northbury.
Fair enough.
You guys need to check your notes.
Yes.
So that's the potions of healing distributed. the 2 anti-venoms distributed. We still have the bandages, burn salves, clotting powders, medicinal herbs, milk soaked linens, ablative powders, and the 3 greater healing potions.
I would imagine everything else but the greater healing potions probably go to maybe someone who's proficient in medicine or to help stop that kind of stuff.
Well, these items, as you would know, let's say, for example, the burn salves you can use as a bonus action to lather your skin to counter the burning debuff. However, administering to another creature only requires an action. So, medicine's not entirely needed. However, I'm also not opposed to giving it to the person who is proficient with medicine.
Is there only one person that's proficient in medicine?
I'm not.
I don't think any of us are.
I ask with concern for my backpack.
Technically, somebody has half proficiency.
I have proficiency.
Oh,
I mean, I'll take half of that if you want.
So, 1 bandage to Zafina, 1 bandage to Oberon down the line, effectively.
I mean, for everything except the greater healing potions.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we can do that if people agree. And then I can pass on the greater healing potions, and those can be divvied to people who might need more.
So I'll do this. I'll split the items that remain between Zafina and Oberon, and then we'll figure out who's taking the 3 greater healing potions.
Sounds good.
So Zafina gets a milk soaked linen, and so does Oberon.
I'm also thinking too that since we're mostly ranged, we can distribute if needed. And then
we can get where we need to go.
Yeah, we can get there. While, the others who are more close quarters would probably benefit from the greater healing potions.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
I think that would be Blake, Evelyn, and Ibrahim.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Ibrahim. You'll give that. Fantastic. Oberon. Sorry, this is a lot of resource management. Bop, 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 bop. And then down to Zafina. We'll give that to you. And that to you. Fantastic. I need to grab Oberon and Zafina again. Give me just a second. Okay, so 1 milk soaked linen to Oberon. Let me know if it pops up on your sheet.
Yep, I see the linen.
And then 1 to Zafina. And then medicinal herbs to Oberon.
See it.
Zafina. Clotting powders to Oberon.
Yep.
Zafina. Burn salve. Burn salve. Bandages. Bandages. Ablative powders. Ablative powders. There you go.
Whew.
You are suddenly inundated with buffed items. And then we are splitting it between the 3 frontliners, right? Ibrahim, Blake, and Evelyn with the greater.
I would assume so, yeah.
Perfect.
Greater.
Sounds good to me.
Greater. And greater. Okay, you all should have a greater healing potion on your sheet now. And it was Blake and Talanos that got the shovels?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Shovel. Shovel. There you go. You have drained the alchemist shop.
Yeah, anything that's unused will come back in the condition we took it with.
Well, I mean, as long as it's getting put to use, right? bring them back safe. Yeah? Don't need any, funerals before the King Pike fishing derby.
Ugh.
That's certainly the goal.
Don't worry.
All right, well, I got more supplies to make, so good luck.
Yes, we'll get out of your hair.
There's a very appreciative smile. You all exit the alchemist shop, now burdened with items, some supplies for your adventure. What are you guys going?
Well, I'm assuming as big shot heroes, we have mounts, right?
They're at the stables.
Damn right. Let's load up and head out.
Although you would know, getting them all saddled up, packed like that, for somewhere you could walk to, that'd be a bit of a waste.
Come on, we can stretch our legs a little bit.
We never get to ride. Fine.
I'm sure there will be plenty of time during the festival to take a joyride. Perhaps in company of your choosing. He kind of gives a wry smirk to Talanos.
What? No, I'm not taking your husband out for a beer again. That is ridiculous. You just need to talk to him.
Idiot.
Hmm?
Your family, idiot. I've already patched things over with Eamon.
What? Just now when you went back?
There was some concessions made.
That fast?
How many days on the couch?
Well, with any luck, that blanket will not be waiting for me by the time we get back.
What? What is your secret? What do you tell him?
There's kind of a look between Talanos and Ibrahim.
There. When you grow up and you get married all one day, you'll learn it. It's just sort of an acquired skill. It's kind of hard to explain.
I am married.
Mm-hmm.
He pinches the bridge of his nose. Is there anyone that can perhaps cast a spell without turning themselves purple that you know of? Maybe?
The Adventurers Guild? Yeah, probably. You got a couple of aspiring book learners, and even one guy who was like, I was born with this talent. God, the prodigal son syndrome.
Send me the one with the book.
I figured. Well, when they get back, rather, I will I'll load him up in a catapult and fire him at your tower, and if you catch him, then he's good.
You know I won't do that. If they can't fly at that point, well, then they have no business being in catapults.
Well, it's just me helping you weed out the wheat. You're welcome.
There's a not-so-subtle eye roll.
All right, well, I guess we're walking.
Doesn't everybody roll me a perception check?
Oh boy!
DM, can you roll my perception check, please?
Yes, I can, brother. Don't worry. it would be everybody again. Would hear the beating of wings, the shadow cast over the mountains. Anor'lur, the blighted scourger. You would watch as they pass over the mountains to the north. I assume we are map transitioning, yeah?
I think
I suppose
so.
so. We're on the road again.
Okay.
On the road again.
You are here in Northburn. Anor'lur was flying over these mountains.
But the ruins the militia were sent to were kind of in that direction, actually. If I'm remembering correctly.
It certainly looks that way. Now, it is, at least to the ruins, about a 2-day travel. You will have to camp. But after your camp, you'll be able to make your way to the ruins, no issue. So, party. Who wants to move 2 hexes?
I do not have the survival skill for this.
Can we grab
Sure.
it?
It will guide us.
All right, go for it.
Fantastic. Go ahead and move us 2 hexes, please. And then roll for us a D100. $49. Give me just a moment. Okay. As you are traveling, you can already see as you approach, passing through the winding hills and beginning to make your way to the foot of the mountain, you would see just up the pass, black billowing smoke beginning to rise into the sky above. More than likely, the result of a camp. As you all walk and find yourself approaching, you would begin to see the telltale signs of goblins. Numerous small bone fragments littered across the floor, and just in the distance, the rising sort of tower made of red tarp-like material, as well as these sort of jutting spikes that adorn them. Nearby walls fashioned out of crude wood and sort of leather tarps. As we map transition. Let me know if you can see the map.
I'm
can
still
see-
loading.
I can definitely see the map.
Okay, I'm loaded.
You would see sort of poised over the path that's here, what appears to be a goblin camp. The looming tower, made of crude wood and spikes, sort of rests watching over the path. The nearby walls are also mounted by goblins. Their sort of rickety bows held in hand as they watch, sort of peering towards the entrance, and they spot you. You would see one of them turn, shouting something, drawing the attention of the camp.
There we go.
Why don't you all roll me a history check?
Okay.
Rolls a 9, gets a 21.
Right?
Okay. There are numerous goblin factions. In fact, most of the time, the goblinoids outright avoid civilization, preferring to live underground or preferring to stay away from where a number of the people sort of congregate. In this scenario, though, looking at them, you would note that a number of them have sort of black armor adorned with various accents of purple and green. You, all of you, would know that to be the servants of Droklor, the blighted scourger. These are perhaps the most nefarious and evil goblins that you can find.
And really close to home, too.
Incredibly close to home.
All right.
They appear to be holding their ground, some of them already beginning to knock crude arrows. What's it going to be, party?
I'd like to hide.
Let's see that. Let's see that stealth roll. 25.
I think I too will be taking cover and hiding. Arrows make me nervous.
If
Go
it's
ahead and roll me a stealth
possible,
roll. Yes.
if we can move, Ibrahim would be
Yeah, you
moving.
you guys can keep moving. It's not initiative yet. They are just aware of you.
Yes, he would take to the shadow of the tree.
And I'll take to the trunk of the tree. But you want a stealth roll, right?
Indeed.
20. Dirty 20.
Okay.
These are like little bushes, right?
They are like they're little tiny ferns.
Okay.
And the elevation, is this kind of raised from here?
You
So
are
this is up.
ascending upwards.
Ah, so they
So
can
you're
see pretty much down the entire way.
correct. I'm going to make a few rolls. Give me a second.
Guess.
What are you doing, Sophia?
I guess she'll move to the right as well. I'm assuming there's probably no other cover able to be had behind that tree, considering there's two of them in there
It
now.
is currently preoccupied.
Yeah. So she'll still stand behind it, but just more so using it as like an in between to break that line of sight. Yeah, because she's too far away to do anything else.
Well, I'm sure they'll respond positively to one of your rousing speeches, Lawmaster. I, for what it's worth, and I cast Greater Invisibility on myself.
Just seeing Oberon disappear into nothingness, Blake will have Divine Omen prepped, and he'll march forth, and he just calls out to the goblins like, "Surrender, fiends, or face the wrath of the Lawmaster."
How close do you get? They are currently from your location. The entrance of their camp is about 90 feet away. How close do you get?
He's moving 30 feet closer.
30 feet closer. Well, 30 feet is where you would get an arrow hitting directly at your feet. You would hear one of the goblin snipers yelling out, "You have no laws here."
Blake will laugh. Just I am the law. And then he's just going to keep marching forward.
Okay.
Now bring up the more cement.
With that, it's initiative.
Oh shit.
I am the law. Well then, Judge Dredd.
All right, yeah, buddy. You can't be Judge Dredd. He never takes his helmet off.
That's fair.
Good thing I'm not Judge Dredd.
Oh, a crit.
Of course.
Damn, look at all us at 20.
Good initiative rolls.
A roll for Blake. Blake with a 17. We roll for the Goblin Camp.
Holy crap, that was a lot of time.
Fuck.
And we begin. Top of initiative, Ibrahim.
Bahamut's chosen. DM, this here is a kind of declivity, yeah? The ground
Correct.
sort of
It
very
is
well.
a raised cliff. It's about 10 feet up.
10 feet up. All right. Could I reasonably slide down with a good acrobatic roll, potentially?
Slide up.
Oh, goes up.
Up. You are ascending up a hill.
Of course. So would it require athletics or can he just
In this
run?
instance, yes, it would.
And here across its range, does it become any less steep at any point?
It sort of flattens out once you get to the top.
Let's see. All right. Yeah, we're going to use our bonus action to dash.
Okay, let's see it.
And Ibrahim will rush out this way and attempt to make his climb up to the top.
Let's see the athletics.
We're amazing at that.
The DC was 10. You struggle. It's going to cost you, we'll say, about 15 feet of movement.
Very well.
But you do eventually make your way up.
Oh, good. So how much do we have left?
Spent 25 plus 15.
Okay. Going to wait here in the
That
shade.
is, you are in a tree.
Right here. There you go. And we will be holding our action with a throwing dagger.
Perfect. What is your trigger?
I don't get to call it, yeah, I have to tell you. When a goblin moves into range.
Range of a throwing dagger?
I believe it is like 30 feet.
I believe a dagger is 20 feet.
20? Okay. I'm
So
trying
20
to
feet?
look for it, but I don't have it in my inventory.
You should be.
Oh, the throw them daggers.
Yeah.
Yes.
You named them, brother.
Very good. Sorry, I wasn't accounting for my things. I figured you would have scrambled them. Yes, it is 20 feet.
Okay, cool. Holding your action until a gobbo gets within 20 feet.
Indeed.
It is a goblin boss's turn. Turning to the sounds of battle, they are going to lift their great axe up and thrust it towards the entrance. It's combat. They're going to begin making their way towards the party. Miss Mailer.
This right there, is that enough to stand on?
Yes, it will also require an athletics.
Okay. She will
If you were
attempt do
to
so.
scale it.
She is going to attempt it.
Perfect,
You
let's do
said
it.
athletics?
Correct. DC is 10. You make it up with ease. Is there anything else you're doing on your turn?
Yes. He is then going to... I think she should be in range. Oh, yes. She's going to cast Shatter on the wall that's there.
Jesus. Okay. Go ahead and put a point down. All right. They have to make con saves. That is a failure. That is a natural 20. What a beast of a goblin. That one takes the full 12. That one takes half. But the wall, with 12 points, you watch as it folds in on itself, having reduced the wall's HP to half. This thing is barely standing. Whatever structural integrity was there, it is gone. Some of the goblins are scrambling. In fact, this one, I'll say, given the precarious nature of it, is knocked prone.
Perfect.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Understood. It is the Goblin Curse Spitter that goes next. The Curse Spitter is going to rush forward. And they are going to cast To Me. You would hear the Goblin Curse Spitter scream out this sort of shrill battle cry, and then you would watch as her purple hands flash forward, the two ogres teleporting to the front gate. That is her turn. Evelyn.
Let's see. Where is my spell? Evelyn will move up to the side of the adjudicator. And I'm trying to find my spell that I buffed him with last time, but there's so many now.
The problem of being a druid.
There's so many now.
Well, you would look at your prepared list. So anything that has a little blue symbol next to it.
There it is. She will use her action to cast Enhance ability. Placing her hand to the back of Blake. I already know how her magic looks. What race am I, DM?
What race are you? You are a wood elf.
Got it. Then she will cast Cat's Grace onto Blake.
Okay, go ahead and post a card for me. Ooh. target has advantage on dex checks and doesn't take fall damage, falling 20 feet or less. That leonine sort of blood beginning to surge within you.
Yeah, Lion Man.
Yep. And then
You are concentrating.
that will be my turn.
Understood. Talanos.
Well, let's see. Got two big ass ogres here. You got. I don't know if he's in range. Dude waved his fingers and did some hocus pocus, and I don't particularly care for that. Oh, he is in range. Look at that. So I'm gonna whip around the tree and brace a reprisal against his forearm for stability because he's going long, even though it's not long range. And fire off at the spell. Curse Spitter.
Let's see it. First shot will be at advantage.
That's right, as I'm hidden.
You are not frightened. There we go.
Did it actually roll? It did not. Nice. Holy shit. There you go. For you.
Yeah. Yeah, natural 20 will do it. Go ahead and roll your bad medicine.
Yes, let's do that.
To me, he says as he summons a bullet in his head.
Yeah.
To me!
Yeah.
Their head literally turned into a canoe.
I mean,
Whatever ornamental skull piece that they were wearing gets destroyed as you deal 42 points of damage, I believe, which is
yes.
well over their hit point max. They fucking explode.
Kerblam.
They
Yikers.
are dead.
Yes. No more curse spitting for you, buddy.
First shot was a success.
Oh yeah, I'd spent a grit point. Pretty slick. I would have got one back to that. Okay. Well, let's see. I aim this hill here, so I have to be careful what I aim at because there's cover or no line of sight for everything like to the right of that ogre. I would suspect because of the hill.
Correct.
All right. So I think.
Plus, a lot of these guys on the walls have some modicum of cover given to them.
Right. Well, I think the first thing to do would be to start whittling down these ogres because they are a big threat.
Let's see it.
So let's do.
Which one are you targeting?
Guy.
This one. Let's see it.
Good. Well, 20.
20 hits. 11 points of piercing.
That was a 8 points of piercing. Oh god. I actually kind of want to take that shot back now, but I already did it, so.
Yes, you did.
That's something else I should have done, but it's fine. But I think I will remain here for the time being because I have cover and decent line of sight to most things.
Indeed.
Well, yeah.
Although you would see that ogre, he's mad.
Yeah, I get it.
All right. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that'll do.
Oh, I just realized I rolled a bunch of minions. They all go on the same turn.
See doodle.
The minions! They move as one. And they prepare.
Adjudicator.
They prepare.
Indeed. Currently, the nearest enemy is 55 feet away. It's one of the ogres.
All right, real quick. Good thing I still have my character sheet popped out. So the nearest one you said is 55. How many like are within sight?
One more time?
How many goblins are within sight?
The goblins are currently poised behind the ogres.
All right, so what Blake will do is he's going to cast Magic Missile, and as he's doing it, he's raising Divine Omen, swinging it above his head. He's like, Divine Omen, guide my righteousness, and then a bunch of just Magic Missile bolts are going to shoot out towards the ogre.
What level?
Second level.
Second level, understood. Well, we'll take that back. We will cast it at second level. Bam. And that is 4 darts, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is 12 points of damage.
Makes him move his full. Yo. Then Blake will move his full 30 feet closer to them.
Understood. Firing off that salvo of magic missiles, you rush forward with Divine Omen, prepared to meet the ogres head on. All right. Anything else for your turn?
That'll be it.
Understood. It is the goblin boss that goes. The goblin boss. Goblin boss is going to move forward. And he is going to use his command ability. He's going to order the ogre to move. And it rushes forward. Getting within reach. Adjudicator, if you'd like to use your reaction.
I want to hit him.
Perfect. Give me just a moment. Using your reaction with Divine Omen. That is a 22 to hit, which absolutely does. Stopping them dead in their tracks before they can even get close to you.
Huh.
Yeah.
Your little models get bloody when they take damage. That's really
Everybody
cool.
does now.
That's really neat. I didn't notice that.
When you take damage, you will get blood on your token.
No. Okay, that's fine.
It is the Goblin Warrior who goes next. Poised with the other ogre. Is going to rush forward. And then... All right. And he... knocking his arrow. Ooh, he's going to make a shot against Evelyn. That is an 11, which misses. Evelyn, you would see that crude arrow sort of land at your feet, splintering to pieces. Fired from over here. Oberon. Invisible.
Oh, yes. How far can I feasibly see up this hill?
What do you mean?
Like, can I see the curse spitter that Talanos just blew the head off of?
Oh, not from where you're at currently, no.
If I moved up beside Talanos, I could?
Yeah, if you moved up alongside Talanos and Evelyn, you'd be able to see. It's sort of blocked by an ogre, but you'd be able to see the general entrance of the camp.
Fantastic. That's really all I need. And we are going to lay down a fireball.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't get to cast that yet. Actually, would I be able to see the boss? Or the guy next to him? I cannot ping right now.
You cannot ping?
Yeah.
That's because you're set to a ruler.
No, because I have the template ready. Can I see the guy that's next to the curse spitter or no?
The minions? Yeah, you'd be able to see the minions.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop it casually right here.
Real casual.
That's beautiful.
Real casual.
I love fireballs so much.
I'm gonna start rolling some saves. Give me a moment.
DC 17. And anything that's structurally not magical starts to burn.
One roll for the minions. Minions are going to be eradicated. Ooh, the goblin boss is going to use Cowardly Commander, and you would watch as they sort of grab the minion in front of them and use it to take the brunt of the damage.
That's okay, as long as all those guys caught up in the fireball get hit.
That is a natural 20. And that one, that is 11. Okay, so Ogre takes 20 points of fire damage. This gentleman succeeded even while prone, which was amazing, but he dies anyway because he doesn't have that much hit points left. That was a failure for this gentleman. That is also a dead goblin and instantly incinerated. These minions die almost automatically. Their death is very like ghoulish after images. And that is a success from that gentleman who takes half. This gentleman takes none because he sacrificed. And this gentleman takes the full 20 because he didn't succeed.
And that here just
tower explodes. Shrapnel flying everywhere. Smoldering pieces, burning pieces of wood, and tarp just go everywhere. Only out of all of it, only 2 goblins survive, and the ogre who looks beaten to hell and back.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
What did you say about Thomas?
There's just a laughter coming from next to you. Just a chuckle beneath his breath.
Well, it would be Talanos who gets targeted by the ogre who survived. Punching its fists into the floor, it wrenches out a boulder and hurls it.
Does it?
And you are just within range.
Also under cover of the tree, but I don't know if that matters.
It will.
Okay, well, we'll see.
It would have. I need both of you to make me dexterity saving throws.
Well, in that case, I would like to use bullet time and make it roll disadvantage.
Okay. That would make... Okay, so instead of a natural 20, which is what that was, that would make that an 18.
And I have a 17 armor class, and I should have some from cover. So
Okay. So I just need Oberon to roll me the dex save then.
Yeah.
All right. Have as much on a... Okay. So, Oberon, you would take 8 points of bludgeoning damage from the boulder that explodes on the tree, sort of causing it to bend backwards. Talanos, your cover is gone. And Oberon, I need a concentration check, please. You stood next to the one guy who pissed off the ogre. You need to beat 10.
I know.
You are no longer invisible. Which thoroughly surprises everybody, who are mostly the bad guys. All right, that is its turn. The goblin boss, who sees all of this horrific shit just happen, going to wade through his allies. They're burnt, absolutely destroyed corpses. And he's going to use his action to dash. Rushing for the adjudicator. Those goblins are dead. The other ogre begins to move. It is too far away, so it's going to use its action to dash.
There's a third one. Holy shipples.
Well, maybe. How close is Evelyn? Ooh, Evelyn is within range. It punches into the nearby hill and wrenches free a boulder and hurls it. This is against Evelyn Anor'lur. That is an 18 to hit.
Hits.
You suffer... Actually, I need a dexterity save, please.
We all suffer.
That is a success. Half damage. I need a concentration check, please. Constitution saving throw. DC is 10 to remain concentrating on your cat's grace. A 1 is not enough. Your concentration fails. And Blake's buff falls off. What are you doing, mister? Get back where you were. It is the other ogre's turn, and it meets the adjudicator face to face, swinging its great club. That is a 19 to hit. Crack!
Yeah, that hit.
It deals 17 points of bludgeoning damage. A massive smack. It is now the final goblin warrior in the camp is going to begin scaling the nearby cliff. Okay. Give me just a second. Ooh. From the shadows, a sudden sphere of dark, magical darkness appears over Oberon and Talanos as the assassin is revealed, and they use their Summon Shadows ability. I believe that is their action. Yep.
Did he
Is there-
appear within, like, right in front of us or right near us?
You wouldn't see where he appeared from. This is a magical effect, not a ranged effect or anything like that.
Gotcha.
There is somehow one goblin sniper alive. Ooh. They're gonna take a shot at Blake. Because Blake is closer.
You.
A 7 doesn't hit.
Yeah, fuck that 7.
And he is going to jump down and take some actual cover behind the crumbling wall. Ibrahim.
Hello, DM. Let's see. Am I more elevated than this wall here?
Now, absolutely. Thanks to Safina's shatter, 100%.
All right. Would it be possible from this area here to jump past it?
Oh. If you give me... That's a long distance.
Toss me.
What's your strength score?
It's 13.
I would say you'd be able to get onto the crumbling wall, not past it.
Very well. Would I retain any movement after that?
No, that'll be the jumping as part of your movement.
Right, but with dashing, I mean.
Oh,
that's my bonus action.
Dashing, yes. The wall is currently burning and also broken, so be mindful of that.
Would I circumvent the dangers of the situation, the circumstances, with some beautiful acrobatics?
Why don't you roll me a dex save?
All right, so this is assuming that we're doing the jump. All right.
Correct.
Very well.
Jesus Christ.
Indeed.
Yeah, you make it no issue.
So, as soon as Ibrahim bolts onto the wall through fire and flame, he appears essentially looming over this goblin here, right?
Absolutely.
With his scimitar brandished, and as he operates out of the shadow, it's with its tip pointed at the goblin. Would you like me to abjure you, or should you drop your bow?
Roll me an intimidation check. You would see as you appear, they sort of have the arrow knocked, and as you say that, you can see them sort of slack for a moment. However, in the presence of the goblin boss, they have to remain strong.
I see. Tyrant.
Indeed. You could definitely tell him he wants to drop the bow, but with the goblin boss around, he literally cannot.
Yes, Ibrahim realizes this with a look of understanding solicitude, almost paternal, and even if I have my action or not, he's not going to attack the goblin. In fact, we're going to use what's left of our movement to wrap around him. And that's my turn.
Understood. It is the goblin boss rushes forward. Oh, sorry, the goblin spine cleaver, belay my last. They are going to hurl a hand axe at Blake because he's the front man. He's all by himself. A 10 doesn't hit, however. Miss Malark.
Well then. Since they are ever so nicely grouped up, we'll go ahead and do Shatter again.
Okay.
But we'll do it at 3rd level this time.
Oof.
Oh my god.
Down the line, the first ogre succeeds with a 22. This goblin, the spine cleaver, rolls a 10. This one rolls a 17, and the other ogre rolls a 9. So half damage for the first lad. Full damage for the second lad. Half damage for the other spine cleaver, and full damage for the ogre that outright shatters its body, crushing it to the floor as if gravity itself manifested.
There's a small crater in the ground. And then she'll move to between the trees up here.
Okay. Same place Ibrahim had been staying?
Yes.
Fantastic. Anything for your bonus action?
Could she hide with it?
You're
Or
not
at
a
least
sneaky class.
take cover at least?
I'll say with the tree, you already have some modicum of cover provided to you.
Okay, then she's good then.
Okay. Miss Anor'lur.
Okay. Upon being hit with these projectiles or having them shot at her, Ellen is going to press her hand to the ground, calling forth a wall of thorns.
All right, let's see it.
It is an eruption of nasty thorns that come from the ground. And it's a nasty little line.
Where are you putting it? You should be given like a little drop-down token thing.
Drop-down token thing.
Yeah, when you click it, it should give you like a little square that you can move around.
Right. Got it. Oh, they can't go diagonal. Got it.
Okay. The wall appears each creature within its area must make a dex save. Oh boy. They're already looking hurt. That is not enough. That spine cleaver is utterly destroyed by the
They
sudden
just
appearance of thorns.
explode out through his body.
And the ogre is pierced, looking incredibly mortal. Almost as if they are stuck in place.
Evelyn will... How much movement I have? 35. Someone almost here. On the side of her 20-foot tall wall.
Okay.
That will be my turn.
Understood. Maintaining concentration. Talanos, you are enshrouded in magical darkness.
I think it's time to get out of that magical darkness and move.
Indeed. Why don't you roll me a perception check?
Just 9.
Ooh, roll me a d4. Okay. It'll be half of your movement, but you would get out this way. So you have 15 feet of movement remaining.
Oh, with that, I think it will be time to, let's see, what can I see? So I'm assuming this magical darkness is like a bubble.
Correct.
All right. I'm going to move out. No, I'm in ruler mode because I'm a dummy. Move right there. And I will shoot at the ogre because it's right there in Blake's face.
That's it.
Unfortunately, smashing his face as we speak, and I don't like that. So, come on. Ooh,
29 hits. 12 points is more than enough to end that ogre's life, sending it pushed back into the thorn wall, only for the thorn wall to claim yet another victim. Can your people see through the thorn wall?
Nope, it is blocks line of sight.
Okay.
Up to 20 feet.
Oh, that ruin. How high?
20 feet tall.
Oh shit, that's really high.
Yeah, they are. It is a bramble.
So that means that this hill up here, which is only like what, 10 feet high?
Mm-hmm.
So it's completely enshrouded. Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh boy. That ruins a lot of opportunity.
You have 10 feet of movement remaining.
Yeah, this is fine right here.
All right. Rushing forward, the sort of entrance of the camp blocked off, now barred with bodies. You'll have to find another way around.
Belay, it's 10 feet high.
Is it 10 feet high?
Yeah. If it were a circle, it'd be 20 feet.
Ah. Well, there's sadly nothing taller than 10 feet. They're goblins. They are small. All right. Is that your turn, telling us?
It is.
Adjudicator. The threat before you has been extinguished. However, there is a 10-foot tall wall of bramble and thorns currently holding up the bodies of the spine cleaver and the ogre. You can attempt to push through it, or you can attempt to circumnavigate it.
Now, I could circumnavigate it. But pushing through sounds funnier.
Yikes.
Yeah?
Right. It's a big wall of brambles, right?
It is. I will let you know. A creature can move through the wall, albeit slowly and painfully. For every 1 foot a creature moves through the wall, it must spend 4 feet of movement. Furthermore, the first time a creature enters the wall on a turn or ends its turn there, the creature must make a dex save. It takes 7d8 slashing damage on a failed or half as much on a success.
Holy shit. All right.
You could attempt to go around. There is a nearby cliff. I will need an athletics check for you to climb up it.
How Okay, how wide is the wall?
It's 5 foot wide.
All right, could Blake cut through it?
I don't think so. You
Damn.
would have
All
to
right,
cut through the
fine.
druid.
Fine. He'll go around.
Okay. We're gonna roll you an athletics to go up the hill.
Sounds good to me.
A 12 is more than enough, getting you up. You can. There is a goblin nearby, but it does require you to be on the level floor with him. Is that something you would want to do?
Yes, of course.
Okay. There is the lone spine cleaver before you, bloodied and beaten. What are you doing, Adjudicator?
Can I intimidate him into submission with Daunting Roar?
You want to use Daunting Roar?
Yeah, the AC is 16.
Okay.
Yeah, spell save. 16.
Must make a wisdom saving throw. We'll see. That is a natural 19.
It never works!
Even against goblins, the Lawmaster's roar finds no purchase in the heart of this spine cleaver. They roar back in defiance.
Fuck!
More like a purr.
That is your bonus action, Adjudicator. You still have your action.
I want to hit him.
Okay. Divine Omen to the face. A 17 hits, dealing more than enough damage in one foul swoop to outright kill the spine cleaver. Its roar of defiance may have been loud, but the bell of Divine Omen was louder.
Hell yeah.
All right. You still have some movement left. You can start pushing in towards the camp where Ibrahim is at. Or you can stay where you're at.
Yeah, he'll start pushing in towards the camp.
Understood. We'll say that's your turn, Adjudicator. It is the Goblin Boss. Hearing Ibrahim,
Hello, sir.
charges for a fight.
Let's see why they call you boss.
He is going to use his bonus action. Get reckless, he calls out to his men. So the sniper and himself are buffed, giving them advantage on their attack rolls. However, because they are reckless, attack rolls against them will be at advantage. He is going to make his 2 attacks against you. That is an 18 to hit, dealing 8 points of slashing damage. Whoosh. He attacks again.
You said 18, right?
Yes.
AC's 19, baby. What are you talking about?
Your AC is listed as 18, brother.
19.
Oh, your token is wrong. Wild. Never mind. Belay my last. You would get your 8 points back. However, the 22 would hit you, dealing 9 points of slashing damage. He's going to move to flank.
Very brutal.
The Goblin Warrior, seeing the bramble, is gonna move out and take a shot at Evelyn. As you are what? The closest. Short bow. Here. That is a 6. That is not enough.
Oberon, you are cast in magical darkness.
Yes, I would like to get out of it.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Will do.
Okay, you may move freely.
Fantastic. Well, last I knew my allies were going up this way. So, that is where I'd like to go. Five, 10, 15. Okay, there's Talanos.
You would see the massive wall of bramble.
25. Yes, I see that now. I'm way too far away from that. So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then looking up, I am going to Misty Step onto the place over here.
Hang again?
I'm going to Misty Step onto the ledge over here.
Okay.
Okay, Oberon. What? I'm a wizard. I don't climb walls. Fuck that.
Mortal buddies.
I'm just
Post
figuring
your
out.
Misty Step?
Yep, I'm just calculating where I'm gonna end up. Yeah, that's where I'll end up. Misty Step. Oh, it didn't do the thing. Okay.
Yeah, that feature is not working. We'll have to move to version 10 before we can do that, but version 10 is not yet reliable.
So yes, I bamf over there. And I'll use my action to hide for right now.
Okay. Roll me a stealth roll.
Sure. Nice.
You think you're hidden.
That's fair.
Just crouching.
Okay. That's
Just
your
crouching.
action, your movement, your bonus action. Do anything else?
Nope, that's everything.
All right. It is the ogre's turn. It is going to take a swing at you with its club. Evelyn, seeing its fallen brother here, throws it into a rage. That is a 14, which hits, dealing 10 points of bludgeoning. I need a Constitution saving throw, please. That is more than enough. You maintain concentration on the wall. It is the Goblin Warrior. He is going to move over here to assist his boss. We're going to roll for him real quick. Who's he going to attack? Blake or Ibrahim?
Sir?
He's going to fire off a short bow shot at you. A 15 misses.
It would have hit, but in a moment of realization, Ibrahim brandishes his scimitar and hits the arrow midair, letting it spin in place before it sort of tents itself on the ground by his feet.
All right. The assassin, seeing Talanos still out there in the wild, moves the darkness. He, seeing Blake by himself, is going to fire off with his hand crossbow. A 12 misses. That is not enough, but because of his crafty ability, he is not revealed. It is the goblin's sniper. They brandish a dagger and attempt to stab you, Ibrahim. Still affected by Reckless. That is a 24 to hit.
It hits.
Dealing 6 points of damage as you are shanked.
He's misguided.
He is. He can't help himself.
He can't. Nature bore him to be a follower.
Please, I'm sorry. I don't mean nothing by it. It's your turn, Ibrahim.
Yes. Just as the dirk is pulled out of his back by his goblin friend behind him, and mid-thrust, slashing the bolt off of the air, Ibrahim will sort of follow up with a counter thrust towards the boss in front of him.
Okay. You will have advantage because of the reckless attack he did previously.
Before committing to it, though, he'll be marked.
Marked?
Yes.
Hunter's mark, I assume?
Indeed. Ember's Vein. This is just the text. I have another one to roll the attack. The damage, I mean. Here goes the scimitar.
.27 to hit is more than enough, dealing 10 points of slashing. Go ahead and roll your Ember's Bane, although that should be Theridus Dune.
You're right.
And then your sneak attack as well.
No, I cannot sneak attack him. I'm being engaged from behind as well. It's not a 1v1.
Oh, is it only a 1v1?
Yes, it's... No. It's a 1v1 and I get to use advantage.
You also have advantage on the attack. So
I did. You're right.
Attack.
Of course. I'm sorry.
Rogue
Just
buddy.
Being a swashbuckler so long.
Additional 10. Okay. He is looking hurt.
How hurt? As in, if I hit him like that again, he's gonna die?
It's very likely.
Very well. So my next attack will be non-lethal. Once the blade cuts across his torso, as Ibrahim draws it back, he flips it onto its blunt side. And he'll swing at his head.
That's it. He is going to use Cowardly Commander. You would see this sort of like last-ditch effort as between you and him, your nat 20 goes against the sniper.
Smacks him over the head, I imagine.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll your you did damage. All right.
I have Ember's Vein, though. I'm not sure if that is doubled.
Oh, that was still that'll. Despite him being marked, it will be affected by the crit. Cowardly Commander sends all of the damage to the nearest willing ally.
Let's see.
Says, go ahead and roll another d6. That -1 enough to drop him unconscious.
See the bowman just get in the way like that is shocking for him. In fact, he catches himself as the blade sort of hangs off of his leather cap, and he stares at his hand as though, like, the idea of striking a blow he didn't intend was, atrocious. And he's gonna turn to face the boss here. And judging by the wrath in Ibrahim's expression, non-lethality is off the table.
Good, because he looks like he's about to run.
That's my turn.
All right. Miss Malek.
Well, those are the ones that are left are the ones in there, so...
You would see the ogre currently harrying Evelyn, as well as this goblin over here.
Oh, he's all the way over there. Okay.
Miss Malek.
We will... I just noticed a change on my character sheet. Okay, well, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna head and heal Evelyn. Second level.
Ooh. Evelyn, you are restored 9 hit points.
Nice. Let's go.
Yay. And then she will... And you know what? She'll just... Actually, how far away is that guy? Too far. She'll take out her crossbow and fire at the big ogre.
That's it. Ooh.
Or not.
Thunk. It hits the bramble wall instead.
But then that'll be it.
All right. Evelyn, healed by Safina, you are still being harried by the ogre.
Well, she's going to move here to try to push the ogre into the wall of brambles.
Okay. This will be contested athletics. Ooh, he got a 22 versus your 10. He is not pushed. Despite that sort of heave, he sort of braces himself and pushes back.
Well, I think that's my turn.
That is your action. Are you doing anything else?
That is it.
All right. Telenos, once more shrouded by darkness.
Jerk off.
Roll me a perception check. Go ahead and roll me a d4.
It's not a saving throw, so yeah.
2. Half of your movement to get out of the darkness.
I'm gonna go right here. Now I can actually see things. I still can't see the little shithead who's dropping those fields on me, though.
You cannot. They appear to be too well hidden.
Well, and it's time to make this guy have a bad day.
All right, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. 17.
17 hits. First shot ringing out and ripping through the ogre, tearing its attention away from Evelyn.
And as it turns around, it's going to be a crispy middle finger and another shot.
That's it.
$18.
18 hits. Another 9 points of piercing.
Okay.
Both shots drawing the ire of the ogre.
Very well.
Anything for your bonus action?
Let's see. I do not have anything that I need to or can do at the moment.
Okay.
No.
Adjudicator, you are still wading into the camp. Currently, there are 2 enemies inside of the camp that are visible. There is a goblin warrior and a goblin boss. However, with your current amount of movement, you'll only be able to reach one.
How far away is the goblin boss?
The goblin boss is currently near Ibrahim. It is 35 feet away. However, with your reach, you'd be able to move 25 and hit him.
Okay. So I have an idea. So I'm gonna use my bonus action dash to use my charger ability, which will give me +5 to an attack or shove, and Blake is going to charge at the boss and like shove him to the ground because clearly Ibrahim wants to take this guy non-lethal.
Okay. So there's your action to dash and your bonus action to make a shove. Go ahead. Actually, I don't know. I'm rolling it for you. Fuck me. Athletics versus his athletics.
Imagine the stumping, the thump,
It's +5.
With a +5. That's right. Versus the goblin boss. Oh, he's real good at athletics.
I'm good at too.
He beats your 18 with a 19.
So I got this cool thing called Favored by the Gods.
Indeed you do. And make sure I read it real quick. Where is it? Favored by the gods. If you fail a saving throw based on an attack roll, you can roll 2d4. We're going to roll 2d4. All you need is a 1. And with a 4 is more than enough to absolutely shove this goblin boss to the ground.
Yep. That was Blake's plan.
All right.
Yeah, that's it. That's the turn.
Okay. The goblin boss laying on the floor with their crafty ability, as all goblins have it, when they stand up and scurry out of the way, they do not provoke an opportunity attack. Wounded.
Even with Sentinel?
Even with Sentinel.
Wow.
He is going to throw his sword away and use his action to dash. He's getting the hell out of dodge. Or gonna try to, at least. That'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's running.
For long.
The Goblin Warrior, seeing the Goblin boss flee, is going to make a wisdom save for morale. He's gone. He rolled a natural 1. He's fucking sprinting. Oberon.
Hey, do I see the boss trying to flee?
Why don't you roll my perception check?
Sure.
Absolutely, you do.
Fantastic. 30. That should be enough. And then this spell has a range of that. Fantastic. I'm gonna try and cast Vortex Warp to send him back. He has to give me a Constitution saving throw, I believe.
Post Vortex Warp?
Because he is an unwilling target.
The target is talking about your choice. Oh, and his lad is just out of range. All right, so he has to make this. That is a 18 plus 1.
God damn it.
He is not. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. My man is refusing to die. Is there any effect for a success?
No, it just doesn't work.
Sprinting as you attempt to grab at this goblin boss, they sort of fall for a moment out of the way and manage to keep running. There is your 19 for the save.
Oh, I'm mad. But
Go for a run.
Feet don't fail me now.
That's all I got.
All right. The ogre, pretty pissed, pretty miffed. I'm gonna roll a check for it. It's either gonna attack Evelyn because Evelyn tried to match its strength for strength, or it's gonna throw a boulder at Talanos. Oh, it's gonna land Evelyn. That is a 16 hit, dealing 14 points of bludgeoning damage as it bashes you over the head with its great club.
I would like to make you roll disadvantage with covering fire.
Okay.
It has my
post covering fire again. Okay, disadvantage. With disadvantage, that is a 16 and a 21. Still hits, I'm afraid. Sort of firing out, almost knocking it away. Its other hand comes down, gripping the end of the club and driving it all the way down to connect. Okay. That is its turn. Unaware that the goblin boss is running away, this lone warrior is going to attack Evelyn. A 12 misses. The assassino. Zafina and Talanos, once more, you are shrouded in darkness.
The hell?
Actually, it'll be on Ibrahim and Blake's turn. The sniper is unconscious. Ibrahim.
DM. So the boss stood up and ran off before Ibrahim and Blake's eyes, yeah?
Absolutely. He threw
Okay.
his weapon away and just...
Very well. Ibrahim doesn't take off immediately after him. Instead, he takes a gentle step in front of Blake, then past him, and he reaches out. And with his arm, he points with a very... He's not wearing gloves, actually. Yeah, just his bare finger. He points out to the goblin as his features twist and shine with a green-like miasma that takes on the a sort of misty form of Bahamut's own draconic features. And his words, when he speaks them out, they swell up with this draconic tonnage, becoming incredibly loud and gaze an uncanny authority as he channels his divinity. I abjure thee! Let me post that for you.
Oh boy. Be frightened. Speed reduced to 0. Oh god. Okay. Wisdom saving throw for the goblin. A 15 falls just short of a DC 16. Creeping doom clings to this goblin boss. It slowly peers over its shoulders as it finds its feet like lead, unable to move. Looking back, it is frightened.
Also, do you guys hear me scream? Very cool, like.
Yeah.
Did it.
Right? So anyway, bonus action to dash, and for the goblin, it may seem like as Ibrahim approaches, it's almost like a kind of minor illusion. He seems to be walking, but gaining ground much faster than someone walking would. That is... Oh yeah, we make it.
Rushing upon this terrified goblin boss.
Lay yourself bare upon the ground, or become headless soon, worm.
All right. That is your action, your bonus action, and your movement, yes?
Yes. That's the first time I channel divinity.
Indeed. Miss Malark, you are blinded by magical darkness. I need a perception check.
Oh yeah, because I want to get out of that.
I assumed so. And you may move freely.
Does this slope down gradually, like rather than the other side, or is that also like a cliff side, pretty much?
It slopes down. It's much easier to get down than to get up.
All right. So with that last ogre still up, she will then cast Dissonant Whispers on it.
Oh God, on what?
On the ogre.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh my God, what?
What'd you think I was gonna cast it on?
I don't know. That's what I was. I think we're casting it on like the lad down here.
No.
Wisdom save. They're real good. Ogres are phenomenally really good at wisdom saves. That's a 9 because he has a -2, so he takes a full 11. A failed save. It takes psychic damage and must immediately use its reaction available to move as far away as allows for me. The creature doesn't move into obviously dangerous ground such as fire or pit. Okay. Yeah, he's horrified. He's a little scared. So he's gonna start running away. Get out of my way, elf.
Do I get an attack?
That is what I'm about to check.
If it's forced movement, normally not.
That's like dragging and pulling, isn't it?
Ooh, it does. It does provoke an attack of opportunity.
Ew.
Interesting.
Because it requires the target to move using its reaction. So, Evelyn, you may make a attack of opportunity.
Whereas if it was like pushed, then it wouldn't provoke an attack of opportunity.
Indeed. In contrast, a creature that's pushed by a gust of wind spell does not provoke an attack of opportunity.
Good to know.
You stab. Yeah, you stab it with the dagger, dealing 8 points of piercing. Jesus, you shank him in the kidney before he gets away.
He'll die to his wounds. Don't worry about it.
He looks mortal.
He's just staring at the wall.
He's like trying to clamber up it right now.
I expect sepsis in his future.
I don't think he's gonna have a future, brother. All right,
Yeah.
Safina. That is your Dissonant Whispers action. Are you doing anything else?
No. That'll be it.
Understood. Miss Yenlir, you have a goblin warrior to your side and a ogre that's retreating.
I'm gonna pick up the goblin warrior and try to throw him into the brambles.
Do it.
Okay. Go ahead and we'll call
Eat
this.
the earth with your putrid body.
We will call this grappling. So go ahead and roll me your athletics. We rolled a 10. Ooh! We roll again. That's a natural 1. So yeah. Then go ahead and actually let me double check throwing. Actually, because it would be considered a improvised, you'd be able to throw it 20 feet. Hiya!
Oh no!
The goblin sort of like battling you for a moment, and then you just eventually overpower him. How do you hurl him into the wall of thorns? By the way,
There's a moment where she grabs at his wrists and just like discus tosses him into it.
Yeah.
Into the needle-like wall of brambles that consume him.
Okay. First time a creature enters the wall on a turn or ends its turn there. So give me a second.
It will take 33 damage upon entering.
Just double checking something. Give me one moment. Okay. Because so it is a new round, so you will have to roll 78 again. But he will take the damage. I can assure you, whatever number you're rolling is, he's not going to survive. It's super overkill. He has 9 hit points.
Oh no.
You quadruple killed him. You throw him, and he just like through a shredder, just turns to pulp on the other side. There's no scream. There's nothing. He's just gone. If there were any other goblins nearby, that would be an immediate morale check. Well, after committing a war crime, Druid, what else are you doing?
Not a war crime.
Yeah. Geneva would like to know your location.
Not a war crime. I'm creating fertilizer.
Okay.
Oh
What
my
are you doing
God.
with the rest of your turn, you menace?
All about balance, baby. She will.
I lied. There would be one sound effect. And that's it. And then it's the.
She's going to bonus action cast Guardian of Nature,
Okay,
ending
what is
the
that?
concentration of her brambles. She's going to choose Great Tree.
Ooh.
Seeing as the ogres were running away, he's going to chase after it, causing him to have difficult terrain. That will be my turn.
Okay. 15 round is difficult terrain for enemies. Jesus. Oh, whoops. There. Telenos.
Man, everything's dead, huh?
Yeah, you guys killed a fuck ton of shit.
Well, I guess.
We're also in darkness. Please roll me a perception check.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that whole thing. One day I'll find that little shit. 11.
11 is enough. You may move freely.
Well, I'm gonna go over here. And seeing as I can't see all the way to where Ibrahim is, and Blake looks standing over what looks to be a unconscious goblin.
You,
Actually, from that
in your
vantage
current
point.
location, would not be able to see that.
Okay, well then I'll turn around.
You would see the head of Blake, but that's about it.
Well, then I will turn around and help Evelyn bully this guy
Fantastic. Let's see it.
with gunfire, because that's the only way to bully, right? Right. Okay.
Go ahead and roll your bad medicine.
Another 15.
I'm gonna let you know. That's overkill. That is more than enough to just outright obliterate what remains of this ogre, punching a hole through its already cut up back.
I'm gonna make a nice little window that Evelyn can see through from her position.
The sort of cliffside in front of him painted a nice red crimson. The body slumping, sort of hands resting up along the edge, the body going slack.
And he'll just, if she looks, he'll offer a wave to Evelyn.
All right, are you staying there?
I only have 5 feet, so yeah, I'll just stay here. See if, because I don't know if the little dingus goblin with the darkness spell is gonna pop up.
Okay.
That guy's in Tahiti by now.
Adjudicator. There is a goblin in front of you. Peter Griffin posed on the floor.
Is that the one that Ibrahim scared into stop moving?
Nope, that one's all the way where Ibrahim's at. You're currently babysitting the unconscious body of the sniper.
The one Ibrahim had to hit to stop moving.
And so the only thing left is that guy and the goblin boss, right?
It is the goblin boss and a warrior that are left. The warrior is fleeing.
How far?
Let's see.
Right next to me. Actually.
He is 35 feet away.
So I got this cool ability called Charger.
Indeed you do. Spending your action.
Yep, we're gonna do that to him, and I'm gonna use it as a shove to push that guy to the ground.
Okay. Taking 2 prisoners, I see. Ooh, unless you roll a nat 1, I think you're gonna win this. Yeah, I'm gonna say that a 32 is more than enough to beat a 6. Shoves the poor goblin warrior, spiking him into the ground like he's on the opposing football team. You absolutely slam this goblin.
As he pushes him to the ground, he's like, "If you know what's best for you, you won't move."
Well, we're gonna roll an intimidation for you.
That's some donut cop talk. I fucking love it.
Ooh, your intimidation is ain't that good, brother.
Not resist. Unwillingly. Do not resist.
All right. That is your action, your bonus action, and your movement.
Yeah.
It is the goblin boss. Now, does the goblin boss get any saves afterwards?
Nope. It's a minute. And I have concentration.
Indeed. Ooh. What's he gonna do? He's gonna yell a command. That's all he really can do.
What a shit's not surrendering.
Because of their crafty nature, do not provoke opportunity attacks. He scurries skedaddles over here. Begins trying to pull his boss away. He looks mortified, but the boss is still alive, so he has no choice.
Soon he'll have no cognitive abilities.
Oberon.
Oh.
Yeah, that's correct. Cause Wizard is gonna kind of walk up to the ledge here. See that? Look at Blake. We only really need one prisoner.
I warned him.
And we are going to cast Dude. We're gonna do some magic missile at 2nd level.
Okay.
We were gonna say disintegrate.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
That would have been great.
Yeah, so
And,
there's 4 of them.
Indeed.
Unless you want me to roll for each one.
Who are you targeting?
Oh, the warrior.
The warrior. Yeah. The warrior fucking dies.
Just bop, 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 bop.
He dies in the first 2 darts. The others are just overkill, really.
They're used for intimidation to land at the goblin boss's feet.
I mean, he's already shitting himself. There's no benefit.
Oh, I'm just an asshole.
Well, you're gonna kill the boss?
No, I'm not gonna kill him. We need him alive. I'm just going to intimidate him further because I'm a dick.
That's 2 targets left alive then. Choices.
Yeah. Rid of this
Oh,
guy
yeah.
here who's unconscious.
Yeah, that is true. Do I see that one that's unconscious?
From that vantage point, yes, you would see Peter Griffin posed.
Yeah, then in fact one of them is gonna coup de grace him and then the other's gonna land for intimidation effect.
Coup de grace the unconscious one? Okay.
Yeah.
You just killed my fucking friend.
Wow.
What the
Wow,
fuck is
man.
wrong with you?
So much.
He fucking dies.
Holy shit.
Their
Can't
service
have
of the
nice
worst.
things.
Brain splatters across the muddied floor. And with that, with the goblin boss unable to do anything,
He's going to get knocked unconscious, though.
We could just begin tying him up while he can't resist.
No, but he can resist. He can just not run, is the thing.
why don't you roll me an attack roll? You're actually going to have to knock him out because he still has a fair bit of health to him.
That's what I mean. He's going to
Oh,
get attacked
okay.
non-lethally.
Oh, it is your turn because the sniper fucking dead.
So it would seem.
And this is gone because the assassin is Audi 9000.
Dutch, see you in Tahiti.
He was gonna come for the boss, watched Homeboy get murdered, watched the sleeping one get murdered, and he said, no, thank you. Roll your sneak attack. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's all coming together.
Oh, well, give me the one. That's that one.
Head jerks violently to the side. That subtle crack of his neck. Saliva spraying out through jagged teeth. His body crumples to the floor in a pile, unconscious.
Yeah, it's like a sideways swap to its jaw. You know how duelists with rapiers sort of admonish each other with like tiny cuts across the cheek? It's sort of like that. Ibrahim presents his scimitar and does a downward swipe and just knocks him unconscious with a smack to the jaw.
Falling to the floor, the rest of the goblin camp burning, beginning to just lap and consume what remaining bodies are there, just eating away at the driftwood, like sort of paneling and tarps and faint, crude, like bones. Combat is over. And that's where we're going to call it for today.
My Oberon lives in a fucking tower.
Great. He's got a great home life, though.
No one wants him in fucking town, sleeps in the couch. God damn it.
Guys, we have our own stations in town.
Thank you guys so much for playing. I had a great time.
Well, yeah, I hope it was like all that you hyped yourself up to be, because it was for me, and I was very hyped.
That was awesome.
Good.
Where are the strings at? What's going on? What's the catch?
Well, there is a catch. You've been here your entire life. You remember growing up? Growing up with all of your friends that you currently know. Adventuring at such a young age. Going out into the world and stopping numerous threats and just general fun pulp adventures. But there's always been a nagging feeling that something isn't right. But you can never place it. And every time you get close to, it fades away. There's another distraction. Something new arrives on the horizon, pushing you out of Northbury and exploring Avalon once more. Who knows how long it'll take before you actually find out what that feeling is. But as it stands right now, Sir Ian Rosewall and the other militiamen need your help. Hopefully you find them in time.
Man, knowing my luck, I bet I won't even get the Bang Celestine in the fake world.
If you have any questions in chat, feel free to use your channel points to highlight them, and I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. They can either be for the players, for the campaign, or for myself. For as long as Momo wishes to stick around.
I can go till 2:30, then I gotta go.
Very well. Oh, we got 7 minutes. And Asko questions. You have 7 minutes. That also counts for the players. The players have any questions?
Once you started narrating, it's like, I see.
Is everyone enjoying the happy timeline?
Honestly,
it's certainly something.
It's a very abrupt change of pace, but it's kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. It's a nice change.
Very interesting.
Tad bit jarring in the sense of where's the snow and the darkness at?
Yeah. Well, more so what happened, what actually happened. But I love it.
I'm eager to find out.
Okay, DM. What is with the mind games? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Did you start feeling better, Momo? Or were you still uncomfortable the entire time?
I think Momo's
Be right back. Yeah, she's be right back right now.
Damn it. Ibrahim, what happened to the Blades of the Sun? He doesn't have them in this.
What Blades of the Sun? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Maybe in another adventure, he can get some fabled Blades of the Sun. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, same?
That sounds like a
I can get other
badass
fabled
name.
blades.
That'd be wicked.
But as it
Gave them
stands
to his
currently,
brother.
he has a scimitar and a short sword. And some daggers.
I am basically baseline rogue. With a funny key.
With your funny key.
Yeah, I didn't even use the advantage for the stealth. I forgot.
You got a funny key.
Yeah, I think everybody kept their main weapon, and Ibrahim was like, my key. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yep. I thought it was like a bit of a nagging feeling, like maybe I should keep the swords because reading these fuckers, all of them are keeping their weapons. But realistically, Ibrahim would hold onto the key. So there you go.
Mentioned earlier, but I've seen concept art of potion mimics that procreate by placing haste into adventurers that drink from them.
Yes, I have also seen them. They're pretty cool.
Why do they get to be happy? I think they've earned it. They are heroes, after all. What games are you using to play the game today? And what, if any, homebrew is central to your RP today? What game are you using to play the game today?
I think he means Foundry.
Oh, our VTT? That is Foundry Virtual Tabletop. It is a one-time purchase, often by the Dungeon Master, in which they are able to share an invitation link with their players, so that way only one person has to buy it. It comes with modules, compendiums, and the like that allow you to play any number of TTRPGs, including Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition, and any other types, usually a bunch of really obscure ones sometimes, like Blades in the Dark, Warhammer, 40K, and fantasy, and all that other stuff. It's pretty dope. Highly recommend it. Suddenly marriage. How's everyone feeling about their little revelation by now?
Living that single life.
Yeah, sadly, your admirer didn't transfer over.
I mean,
must not have
it's always
admired
been
enough.
this way.
Yeah.
For at least a decade. Come on, get with the picture.
However, I mean, depending on how long you guys stay, who knows? Maybe there's a beautiful person waiting for the songsmith in Hamlet or Downton Palace.
We'll have to find out.
I mean, what?
Blake hit me with the, oh, she's pregnant, by the way. And I was like, all right.
Hey, man.
Pog.
Hey, man.
Put a pin in it. Nice.
I thought I was reaching with the purple sash, and then this motherfucker's like, "What? Pregnant?"
I was ready. That was dope.
I think it was anytime like you gave us something, it's like, well, now we just gotta make up shit how things are going.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Correct.
Like, I'm currently sleeping on the sofa. There was a little spat.
Like, you know what? If this guy's probably gonna end up ripping my soul and emotions apart, I might as well make it as bad as possible.
Nice. CDM, I hope your wallet is big enough to accommodate the mental and physical therapy Momo's gone to undertake. Is going to have to undertake after the amount of gaslighting she experienced. Yeah, it's not. I let all my friends suffer. Winky face. It's nice to see them wipe the floor with some small enemies again, just to see how far they've come from early on in the campaign. Yeah, the ogres were probably the biggest threat. The cursed spitter got fucking annihilated before it even got a chance to do any of its cool shit. And those were probably the only really big threats. Aside from them rolling like gods, by the way, I have some statistics.
Ugh.
Holy shit, were they rolling like gods.
I pushed 2 goblins to the ground.
You threw them on the ground.
Fucking nerds.
Is this the most accurate one? Most damage overall, Telenos, Horseman of Lice, 76 points of damage. Most damage in one turn, Evelyn Yenlir with 55. Highest average damage was Evelyn Yenlir with 32. And highest damage in one hit was Evelyn Yenlir with 55. Most kills was Oberon Illyrian with 4. Most healing was Zafina with 1. Most support actions was Zafina with 3. And most battlefield actions was Oberon with 2. We'll get to that in just a second.
Bro, Ibrahim, we need to get on the scoreboard next time. I'm just saying.
I don't think I will, brother.
I like the stats. I like the stats.
Total natural 20s. We have 1, 2. 2 for Oberon, 3 for Talanos, and 3 for the baddies. Natural 1s, 3 for the baddies, 2 for Evelyn, 1 for Safina, and 1 for Ibrahim. And then Evelyn with Safina with the 1 heal.
I'm just imagining like the stats rolling down after game. Kind of like, Left 4 Dead style.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I found it on accident, by the way, and was like, holy shit, statistics, download.
Send me the name of that one because that sounds fun.
I think this will be the last questions because we're already over time.
Oh, yeah.
I checked out the Gunslinger class with some friends and read it's very strong, but having played it after a while, have you made any tweaks or is it fine for you all? I haven't made any tweaks. I also agree that it's very strong, but usually it's only one subclass that's very strong. The rest don't have as much, like, they do weirder stuff. They're not just straight up like damage cannons. So I haven't adjusted anything. I've left it base as it is because I trust heavy arms. So is Blake married to Arabella? And does that make Ibrahim Blake's father-in-law? No. In Avalon, the Lady of the Lake is Celestine. And somewhere in Dodgen Palace is Saint Arabella. They are separate entities, not at all related.
Yeah, just how it is sometimes.
Therefore, Ibrahim is not Blake's father-in-law. I believe that's it. At least all we can do. She said she can last at 2:30, and it's 2:32.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I just want to make sure. I don't want to like sign off and then her come back and it'd be real awkward.
That should be our bead. But yes, definitely a lot of improv today.
Yeah. I was like, oh, this is what we're doing. Okay.
It was fun. I liked it.
What really threw me off, it's like, oh yeah, it's March. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Once I realized like things are very different, we're using very different words here. It's like, I see. I'm just gonna lean over until I fall off this cliff.
It was meant to be like, oh, beautiful town. Oh, maybe it's Frostwood, and then hit you with the it's March. The King Pike Fishing Derby is about to happen.
How
Welcome
soon is
to
that?
Northbury, and the party's like, what the fuck?
How soon is that fishing derby?
It is in a couple of days. It'll be
We're
on
gonna
the
head back to
10th
town,
of
right?
March.
We're heading back to town, right?
Maybe.
You're gonna go full dad and being part of the fishing derby. All right.
Hell yeah.
Master of Gaslight, Girl Boss, Gatekeep, straight to the sun. Hell yeah, brother. I had so much fun today.
Oh man.
It gave me light rail adventure vibes again, and that was fantastic. Understand that I only use my power to gaslight in D&D. Welcome back. I believe this is final farewell. Thank you guys so much for coming out and watching episode 1 of Dawn of Anor'lur. We're going to talk about some potential stuff over the week if we are playing next week, but I hope that you all have a good time, and I will see you all later. Thank you so much.
Bye, chat.
Bye, chat.
Bye bye.
Season 3.
Thank you, DM. Good night, players.
Goodbye, homie.
Alright, chat. Want to thank you for watching this episode. This episode of Dawn of Anor'lur. I am gonna be going so I can catch a nap before my mom needs me today. So enjoy the graphic for a little while, and thank you again. I can't wait to see you next Sunday for D&D. Yeah. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm not sure what we'll be doing. But yeah. I love you guys and I hope you have a fantastic evening. And I'll see you all next time.